Welcome to another special edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. It's a Monday, the week is just taking off, and thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome. My name is Nanatufo Boateng, and it's an absolute pleasure to come your way with the best breakfast on television here in the capital or wherever it is that you're watching us from. Remember, the show is interactive, and so we'd like to hear from you. Send us your thoughts, your comments, your contributions, your suggestions, as well as recommendations on how to serve you better. All right, it's a new week. Let's get our energies up. Let's stay pumped up. Let's stay active throughout the week. But above all, let's take charge of it and make it what we want it to be, or at least make the best of it. Okay, we've been praying throughout the month of April, what we call the seasons of prayer. We're wrapping it all up. It should be ending by the 30th of April. And so why not? Let's continue to give thanks to God Almighty for all that He has done for us throughout this entire period, seeing us through His blessings manifesting in our life. I mean, like we keep saying, the blessings is ours, but of course the glory and the honor is His. And so we're praying from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on the midnight cry. Then we have This Is Your Day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And then we have the prayer encounter from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. We ask that you join us live on Facebook, City 973, on X at City 973, Instagram it's at City 973 FM, and the website is www.citynewsroom.com. Join us for seasons of prayer, weekdays in the month of April from the 1st to the 30th. We're wrapping it all up on Wednesday the 30th. Remember that the seasons of prayer is brought to you by 97.3 City FM. Now, while we close the chapter on the seasons of prayer, although we are not stopping praying, because, I mean, as a human being, as a believer, you need to pray without season, right? While we're closing the chapter on this particular seasons of prayer, we're opening up the book for the family consecration service, which is happening this Thursday, May 1, 2025, at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel here in Accra. We ask that you join us, and so that together we can pray as a family and give thanks to God Almighty for all that He has done for us. Seek His face for what we are seeking to achieve for the rest of the year, and of course, His blessings upon our lives. So let's all meet at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel here in Accra on the 1st of May, which is a Thursday, a holiday, from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Guess who's going to be there? Reverend Stephen Wengam, Reverend Mauli Chikata, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Noah Bewonu, Reverend Nelson Arintia, Reverend Freddie McDavis, among other Reverend ministers. We'll all be there. Come, let us pray together. And of course, at the end of the day, it will be a blessing unto ourselves and unto all others around us. And so we want to see you there at the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel on Thursday, May 1. The family consecration service is brought to you by City 97.3 FM and is powered by Channel One Television. And as you know, our has become tradition every year. Same will be happening this year. Married couples will have the opportunity to renew their vows. Okay, come and let's all share in the testimonies. Listen, someone's testimony may be your experience. Okay, and so let's all gather at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel here in Accra on May Day. That's Thursday, May 1, 2025. We'll start exactly 6 a.m. and then we'll wrap it all off at noon. That's at 12. Okay, so come and you will be blessed. Let's get into the newspapers for the day, shall we? Front page of Daily Guide says election 2024, e-levy, haircut, cathedral contributed to our defeat. And that's the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party for the 2024 general elections and the former Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, speaking there. He says on election 2024, e-levy, haircut, cathedral contributed to our defeat. There's a story here that says Nungua families sue Zoomlion subsidiary and chief. Nungua families sue Zoomlion subsidiary and chief. Otumfuo starts Boku Peace Talks Tuesday. Otumfuo starts Boko Peace Talks Tuesday. NPP and others to protest Tokonu's suspension May 5. You know that a group of, some political parties have come together to protest the suspension of the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, and this protest is scheduled to take place on May 5. We'll be following keenly to bring you all the details. All right, I'll take you to the Daily Graphic newspaper now. Daily Graphic says, Boko conflict is national wound. Let's treat it with urgency. Boko conflict is national wound. Let's treat it with urgency. That's the University of Education Winneba Chancellor Nenyi Gate the 7th speaking there. Over 50,000 teachers receive promotions. Over 50,000 teachers receive promotions. Kenneth Japan urges amnesty for former party members. Kenneth Japan urges amnesty for former party members. He was speaking during that thank you tour by the NPP and its flag bearer for the 2024 general elections. And he says that, well, as part of the reorganization of the party and in lieu of that unity that the party is seeking, there should be room to re-engage and, of course, welcome back former party members like Alan, Kwadwo Kyerematen, and Afoku. So that's what Kenneth Japan has been saying there. Now, IMF chief praises Ghana's latest economic reform efforts. IMF chief praises Ghana's latest economic reform efforts. And then when you go to the back page, you get a number of sports stories there on the Daily Graphic newspaper. Let me take you to the Herald. The Herald newspaper says, Nitiwul's $8.8 million US Soviet scrap armored vehicles put Ghana soldiers in danger. UN mission embarrassment suffered as calls mount for audit. Nitiwul's $8.8 million Soviet scrap armored vehicles put Ghana soldiers in danger. UN mission embarrassment suffered as calls mount for audit. Marietta Brew pledges visionary leadership as new chair of UG Governing Council. Marietta Brew pledges visionary leadership as new chair of UG Governing Council. Ghana's financial discipline wins IMF approval, $370 million US deal in sight. Whistleblower exposes flaws in FDA's response to drug peddling scandal. Whistleblower exposes flaws in FDA's response to drug peddling scandal. Imprieso MP slams NPP leadership for hiding Mike Okwe report. Hey, OPK. The Member of Parliament for Imprieso, Davis, has been reported here to be slamming the leadership of the NPP for hiding the Mike Okwe report. Recall that NPP set up a committee to look into what caused their defeat in the 2024 general elections, which committee was led by Reverend Professor Mike Okwe, Aaron Mike Okwe. The committee has submitted its report to the party. Party says it would not make it public, but we have the Imprieso MP here, Davis Opoku, aka OPK, slamming the NPP leadership for hiding that report. Okay, when you get a copy of the paper, you get the details of it. Let me take you quickly to the Ghanaian Times newspaper. Front page says, localizing natural resources exploration management framework out soon. This is attributed to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic. Localizing natural resources exploration management framework out soon. President Mahama speaking there. Grant amnesty to dismissed or aggrieved NPP members. Kennedy Japan also speaking here. Ghana to issue FLEGT license by June 30. First in Africa, attributed to the lands minister. Okay. Philanthropists donate 200,000 Ghana cedis to Akosombo Dam flood victims. And soldiers allegedly opened fire on mourners, killing one, injuring 3 others. The story came somewhere last week, quite disturbing. We understand some soldiers unhappy with an attire being worn by a civilian. There was a confrontation which resulted in a shooting. Unfortunately and quite sadly, one person lost their life and 3 others sustained varying degrees of injury. When you get a copy of the Ghanaian Times newspaper, you should get the details. Let's go to the Chronicle newspaper. Front page of the Chronicle newspaper. Eugene Boakye entry is pictured here, and he says, Bawumia has proved me right. E-levy, failure to reshuffle, DDEP caused NPP defeat, not any spirituality. Look how that, I mean, he's the former member of parliament for Subin, Eugene Boakye entry. And he raised some of these issues, of course, even prior to the election and, of course, after the defeat to the NPP on December 7. And today he is claiming vindication because the flag bearer of the party for that election is identifying same issues or similar issues as the cause of the party's defeat in that election. And so Eugene Boakye Enchi, former member of parliament for Subin, is pictured here saying that Bawumia has proved me right. E-levy, failure to reshuffle, DDEP caused NPP defeat, not any spirituality. Okay? But then again, the former vice president and flag bearer of the NPP in the 2024 election, Dr. Bawumia, is also pictured here on one end of the newspaper, and this is what he says. No fears, NPP will bounce back. No fears, NPP will bounce back. This is attributed to Dr. Bawumia. NPP, NDP to demonstrate against suspension of CJ. NPP, NDP to demonstrate against suspension of CJ. New Kodiabe residents call for government intervention over land guard threats. New Kodiabe residents call for government intervention over land guard threats. And then there's a scripture from the book of Galatians, the chapter 4, the verse number 16, that says, have I now become your enemy by telling you the truth? Have I now become your enemy by telling you the truth? Galatians 4:16. Thanks be to God. Let's get to the New Publisher newspaper. New Publisher. Bawumia blames 2024 defeat on Akufo-Addo's cathedral and arrogance of power. 3 days to the election day, we increased the price of fuel. Hey, did we want to win or we wanted to lose? The drivers were angry. 3 days to the day of voting. And that's a quote from Dr. Bawumia, who was speaking during his thank you tour. 56% Ghanaians will support coup d'etat. Wait. I suspect this is from a report. Well, yeah, indeed it is from an Afrobarometer report, 2024 Afrobarometer report, which says 56% Ghanaians will support coup d'etat. This is quite worrying. This is disturbing. And we should take steps to diffuse this. Okay? We do not want to have a coup d'etat on our hands. I mean, we can judge from what is happening around us in our neighboring countries, and we should pray against same. So we should take steps to institute measures to diffuse or disabuse the minds of our people against such, which of course will mainly have to do with living conditions and of course increasing cost or living conditions in the country. All right, political parties to protest Chief Justice suspension on Monday, May 5. Political parties to protest Chief Justice suspension on Monday, May 5. That's it for the New Publisher newspaper. Let's get into the Ghanaian Publisher. The Ghanaian Publisher. Arrogance, cost of living, sank NPP. This is attributed to Dr. Bawumia, who says arrogance, cost of living, sank NPP. 4 parties to demonstrate against CJ's suspension. 4 parties to demonstrate against CJ's suspension. See that the parties have come together and we'll be embarking on a demonstration on May 5. That is coming Monday against the suspension of her ladyship, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, the Chief Justice of Ghana, who is currently on suspension to allow for investigations or a committee probe into some petitions seeking her removal from office. Students endorse Obrie J as Ghana School of Law SRC president. Stories on page 2 of the Ghanaian Publisher. Afeku fires up Tescon to lead NPP's comeback. That's Catherine Afeku. Fires up Tescon to lead NPP's comeback. Huge attendance at second Ofie Market Day. Samia Wuku pledges loans and extension services. Okay, story from that Ofie Market. You want to get the details in the Ghanaian Publisher. The Supreme newspaper says criticism from within the party hurt NPP's 2024 campaign. That's Dr. Bawumia speaking there. And then you have political parties to demonstrate against unlawful suspension of CJ and lawful termination of appointments. Samia Wuku's Ofie Market injects life into a Kwapem economy. We have learnt our lessons as a party and we will correct ourselves. That's Dr. Bawumia speaking again. And then you have High Life Star, Kwabna ICE, UPSA, SRC, Presidency. That's it for the Supreme newspaper. A final one from me is the Custodian. Front page of the Custodian newspaper says, Bawumia salutes NPP polling station executives and foot soldiers. Bawumia salutes NPP polling station executives and foot soldiers. 4 parties to hit streets over CJ suspension and dismissals. 4 parties to hit streets over CJ suspension and dismissals. Current Boku chieftaincy conflict and questions asked. Okay, that's a write-up by James Kwabena Bonfair Jr., doctor. He's a.k.a. Kabila, formerly of the Convention People's Party. He's writing on the Boku chieftaincy conflict and frequently asked questions. Okay, NPP's 2024 defeat, Kodua cites arrogance of power and internal bickering. NPP's 2024 defeat, Kodua cites arrogance of power, internal bickering. Second edition of Ofie Market inspires local growth. Second edition of Ofie Market inspires local growth. So that's it for the front page of the Custodian newspaper. Let me take you online, citynewsroom.com. Let's start from there. Citynewsroom.com. What are they leading with? Asantehene resumes Boko conflict mediation today. Asantehene resumes Boko conflict mediation today. Then you have His Excellency John Dramani Mahama here. He's scheduled to launch the Jumera program today, targeting some 10,000 jobs and youth empowerment. Okay, story says Mahama to launch a Jumera program today. On the economy side, you have government exceeds Treasury bill target by 550 million Ghana cedis. Ghana exceeds Treasury bill target by 550 million Ghana cedis. ECG committed to reliable power supply despite equipment issues. That's Charles Ni Ayiku speaking there. ECG committed to reliable power supply despite equipment issues. He was speaking on the Channel 1 newsroom yesterday. He's general manager for external communication at the Electricity Company of Ghana. And he spoke on the Channel 1 newsroom yesterday. And he says the company remains committed to reliable power supply despite equipment issues. We know that several areas have been reporting outages, erratic power supply over the period. And so yesterday we had him on the Channel 1 newsroom to give some explanation to what the situation is, why we're experiencing what we're experiencing. And he gave some assurances, including the company remain committed to reliable power supply despite equipment issues. We'll be engaging more on this particular matter to find out really what the challenge is and how we can overcome same going forward. Because the issue of erratic power supply, these outages is causing a major challenge for us, both on domestic consumers, commercial consumers, businesses. It's affecting almost everyone. And we need to find a way to bring finality to this particular matter. So we'll be engaging more on the issue of erratic power supply and what can be done about it. All right, let's bring you some other stories which say fire destroys a textile shop at La Paz Market, owner hospitalized. Fire destroys textile shop at La Paz Market, owner hospitalized. NPP only engaged in legal sophistry in CJ removal process. This is attributed to Amaliba. He says NPP only engaged in legal sophistry in CJ removal process. He was speaking, I suspect, on the big issue on Channel 1 television, and he is saying that, well, the NPP is only engaged in legal sophistry in the matter for the removal of the Chief Justice. Bawumia blaming everyone but himself for NPP's defeat. That's Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, current defense minister, worked with the NDC in the 2024 general elections as the director of elections and IT for the National Democratic Congress. And he's saying that Dr. Bawumia is blaming everyone but himself for the NPP's defeat. Okay. Blaming others for NPP's defeat is not accountability. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa to Bawumia. Blaming others for NPP's defeat is not accountability. As Palgrave Boakye Dankwa speaking to Dr. Bawumia. Unifying Spirit moved Bawumia to invite former rivals. That's the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Justin Kodua Frimpong, speaking there. He says Unifying Spirit moved Bawumia to invite former rivals. Former rivals in this context is referring to the aspirants, okay, during the NPP's primary. So all presidential hopeful of the New Patriotic Party ahead of the 2024 general elections. Dr. Bawumia has extended an invitation to same persons to join him on that thank you tour, okay. And Justin Kodua Frimpong, General Secretary of the party, is saying that this was a move as part of the party's agenda to unify the base, the grassroots, and of course, those are the helm of affairs. Ofosu Dorte urges anti-money laundering training for lawyers. Ofosu Dorte urges anti-money laundering training for lawyers. More Ghanaians endorse military intervention if elected leaders abuse power. More Ghanaians endorse military intervention if elected leaders abuse power. Okay, I'm going to quickly take you to channel1news.com. Channel1news.com. Let's see what's happening there. What story are they leading with this morning? But of course, you can check out the stories that I brought to you earlier on the citynewsroom.com. You can get the details on there. But I'll quickly take you to channel1news.com. And then we'll see what the stories on there say. Okay. The first story there, Bawumia trying to break free from Akufo-Addo's influence, as Asante Okyere speaking. Bawumia trying to break free from Akufo-Addo influence. Then there's, of course, that story regarding the Boko conflict. It says, Boko Asantehene reopens conflict mediation today. Boko Asantehene reopens conflict mediation today. Let's check out some other stories. This we brought you earlier. Bawumia trying to break free from Akufo-Addo's influence as attributed to Asante Okyere. You have government urge to complete Yendi Triponi stretch. Government urge to complete Yendi Triponi stretch. Now, if you've been following our news, Channel 1 News, that's the Channel 1 newsroom at 8 p.m. daily, you'd notice that we are chronicling abandoned road projects across the country. And so you want to stay with us to catch up or be updated with which roads are being worked on, the level of progress on these roads, which ones have been abandoned, which ones need immediate help, and of course the state of the general road infrastructure in the country. Okay, so you'd want to tune in every 8 p.m. Daily for the Channel 1 newsroom, where we highlight some of these road infrastructure projects. And then of course we bring you reports from there online as well. So government urged to complete Yendi Triponi stretch. Okay. There's a report that says inflation to slow further in April. Inflation to slow further in April. Get on to channel1news.com. Get on to citynewsroom.com. And of course, our socials everywhere. And you can get updates on YouTube, Channel 1 TV, where you get exclusive video content from us. And then you can follow us on X at well. I am there on X at Nana24B. Send us your thoughts, your comments, tweet at us, and let us know what you think. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in
us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. But if you just joined us, this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. It's time to get into the news review segment. I have two gentlemen here with me. Ibrahim Ajay is a former assistant secretary at the office of the former president. Ibrahim, good morning.
Very good morning to you, Nana.
I trust you're well.
By God's grace, alhamdulillah, we're well.
Good stuff. Elvis Zakon is the editor of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com. Elvis, good morning.
Good morning.
Keeping well?
By God's grace.
We thank God. We thank God. We thank God. It's Monday and we're back. It's good to have you, gentlemen. You're always showing up whenever we call on you. Thank you so much. But Ibrahim, I'll start off with you. The former Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 2024 flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, has been speaking. Of course, we know he's on a thank you tour with some party stalwarts and of course some of his contenders during the primaries of your party ahead of the election. He's been speaking and so far he's been ascribing reasons for the party's defeat. I'll take you to channel1news.com and briefly give you a story there. Arrogance of power, high cost of living led to our defeat, and it's attributed to Dr. Bawumia. The 2024 presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has cited arrogance of power, high cost of living, failure to reshuffle government officials, the e-levy, and the controversial haircut policy as key reasons behind the party's defeat in the 2024 general elections. He noted that these factors, compounded by the hardships from the IMF debt restructuring program, left many Ghanaians struggling. Dr. Bawumia made the remarks at the auditorium of the Takoradi Technical University during the launch of his nationwide thank you tour. Now, responding to claims that blamed the defeat solely on his perceived religious associations, he stressed that internal divisions and the large number of uncompleted projects also significantly contributed to the party's loss. So, Ibrahim, I'll start off with you. Could Dr. Bawumia be telling us what is captured in the Professor Mike Okoye report? Because that report has still not been made public, has it?
Sure. But I'm sure it's been made private. Yeah, so prior to the public consumption, there must be some private communication. And no less a person than our flag bearer, the former vice president, and should be the principal person to receive that document, even though it's not made for public consumption. So I would believe that he's speaking to the document. And I think what Ghanaians value across all political parties is honesty. There's something about integrity that resonates very well with Ghanaians. You see what happened when we looked at the figures, the incoming results, and the vice president, former vice president, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, came out ahead of time, ahead of convention across all other political jurisdictions. I'm talking whether in Africa or outside, and conceded ahead of time. That, I believe, will be a currency that will stand him in good stead, inshallah, in years to come, in 2028, God willing. So honesty and integrity are strong currencies. So when the vice president mentions that the e-levy, high cost of living, the domestic debts, DDP, arrogance of power, that kind of integrity resonates well. And all you have to do is look at NPP WhatsApp platforms post the election to see that what he's saying is mirroring what we in the NPP are saying on our platforms. Go to 2016 when NDC lost. Visit their platforms and they'll tell you why they lost. They talked about corruption, arrogance, you know, even former President Rawlings said that the writing was on the wall. I'm talking the NDC lost in 2016 because of arrogance and corruption and what have you. So this, where others say that the vice president is being duplicitous, is somehow extricating himself from the reasons why we lost. No, he's speaking to a document. And I think that is what is needed. You have on the DDEP 800,000 bondholders. Now, when the haircut happened, of course, definitely it's going to have a compound effect. It's not just 800,000 bondholders, it's them and their families.
Right.
The e-levy, again, that was something that shouldn't have been done, but it was done. And Dr. Bawumia was saying that, you know, we did not listen to the party and the nation at large. You have 16 million people or so who subscribe to mobile money platforms. And that thing was just, I think, a lack of creativity on our part. You need revenue, but there are ways and means in which you can engineer revenue for tax. Am I right? I've mentioned it on this program before. We have over 15,000 JHS and SHS schools in Ghana. A figure of around 1.8 million or 2 million students are in government schools. All you need to do is to create a platform where the curriculum allows for field visits to all the tourist spots in Ghana. Okay? And you can, per my calculation, if everybody's paying 30 cities or so, I don't want to veer off the subject here. There are ways in which government can create activity and tax that activity. I met with Honorable Seth Terkper. I'm starting on the e-levy, which Dr. Bawumia has cited as one of the reasons. When it was passed, I met Honorable Seth Terkper, former Minister of Finance, about 3 or 4 months thereafter, at the airport Shell. We were both buying fuel. He saw me, I said hi back. And he said, Ibrahim, why have you guys passed this? I looked at him saying, I agree. Again, I will say this. I like that those who wish to confirm what I'm submitting, if you're close to Dr. Seth Terkper, call him. And he said, Ibrahim, what you people should have done, this after the E-levy was passed in 2022, just rather tax the telcos.
Right.
Remember the communication service tax? That CST that President Kufuor introduced. That was, who was complaining? Was it not MTN, Tigo at the time? Zain, I think, was still in operation. Okay? And Vodafone. Am I right? They were the ones who were complaining. Because, and of course, we also complained, but minimally. But you want to tax, don't tax the grassroots, because who are the main users of mobile money? It's those who don't have that financial inclusivity, who are not having that disposable income, the majority. And we went ahead to tax that thing. And so Seth Terkper said, why did we do that? We should have rather taxed the telcos. Companies. And what you do politically, it ring fences you. It somehow shields you, I'm talking government, from the tax, should they decide to pass the tax on. But that was something that shouldn't have been done. And again, the high cost of living, you know, was a case in point. You have to find ways in which to manage it. Government can't do all, but certain policies can either make the matter worse instead of alleviating the cost of inflation and what have you. These are some of the things that we should have done rather than taxing, because we came on an agenda to remove nuisance taxes. And to a large extent we did it, but then again, we reverted to the old playbook. Then the arrogance of power. And this is something where former President Akufo-Addo should take the large share of the blame. We saw those incidences when you had the Aflao chief, you know, mentioning that government should complete the E-block within his jurisdiction. Am I right? Then you had President Akufo-Addo on Kwame Sefekai's program. Kokrokro, am I right? And he was somehow, not somehow, directly saying, who is the chief to dictate to me? You don't do that. President Akufo-Addo is a mature politician and he should know not to do that. Then you have the incidents where he visited some chiefs and telling them sorry, Nyetashi.
Yeah.
You don't do that. Article 63C of the, the chieftaincy component of the Constitution says anybody without due authority who interferes in chieftaincy matters or brings some form of disrespect can be sanctioned. Because you were president, somehow you were immune, you had that immunity. But you don't do that. When you meet a chief, regardless that you are president for that time, show due record and reverence for those institutions.
Ryan, these issues we know, and same as espoused by Dr. Bawumia. But the question here, or what argument is out there, is that he was not a bystander. He was a key architect in these policies that he's turned around to criticize today. So what image is he putting out there?
But I just mentioned to you earlier, I'm going to answer your question directly. Yes, he's a key architect. He was a vice president and the flag bearer. But vice president together with all the powers that you have, head of the economic management team, okay, the EMT. Before I come to that, you have to understand that he's speaking to a document, as I believe. Should he say because I was a key player, I should not communicate the reasons why we lost? I'll come to your
on the honesty and integrity bit that you've put out
so
there,
now you're
perhaps
saying,
he should take responsibility first.
Yes.
And then that's accountability.
Sure. On that one, you have that right. Not I say you, but the conversation lends itself to that. To say, yes, I was part of this administration, and what we did in terms of A, B, and C, we could have done better. So on there, I would agree with you. But generally, he is speaking to something that we in the MPP have been saying across the platforms for the last 5 or so months, post the elections. You know, so in terms of you saying yes, he's never said that I was not responsible. But I take your point that you can at least say that, given my role, I too take a share in the blame on that. But there's something I remember when we went to Move and Pick. I was there when Vice President Bawumia was outdooring his campaign, launching of this campaign, and he was explaining why he would, as president, then cancel the e-levy. And so the question was asked him, why do you want to cancel the e-levy? And he mentioned that that decision came about as a consensus within cabinet. And in cabinet, you go with a consensus. So you take the assets, but you also take the liabilities. Though he personally was against the introduction of the e-levy, it's a team, and you go with the team. And that happens in every administration. President Mahama will tell you that between 2012 and 2016, there are some policies that he personally was not in favor of. But as president, you are part of the cabinet, and you go with the consensus there. Okay? So that one, I agree with you on that one. Again, I just want to touch on this. I know we'll come back and forth.
I go.
But the lack of reshuffles. Again, I go back to President Akufo-Addo on this one there. When you ask people why we lost the election, generally, ask NDC or MPP, and you can do a vox pop on your program. They won't mention Bawumia's name. It's Akufo-Addo's name they mention. Ask any NDC person, why did we lose? I'm talking an NDC person. It'll say, because of Akufo-Addo. You can count on your finger how many people mention Bawumia's name. Then come to NPP, why we lost. And they constantly mention Akufo-Addo's name. Why could you not reshuffle during these 8 years? We say we have the men and the women, but you kept the same people.
But there was one reshuffle within the period.
Who?
I think he reshuffled a number of people. Who? Some didn't even get passed by Parliament.
Who?
There. Oh, there was we know that Frimpong Boateng for one did not come back. Napo was moved from education to power. To energy. I mean, there were a few that went
Good.
down.
But then you can look at the volume of ministers and deputy ministers. then you come to MMDCs and DCs. I believe that Ghana has a strong talent of skilled personnel within the NDC and MPP.
Or was it just party folk waiting to be rewarded?
I'm just saying that it helps to somehow create a diversity of thinking. Unfortunately, incumbency, and when I say incumbency, you're a DC, you're an MC, you're a minister. It can create a sense of lethargy. It can create, for some people, it atrophies the mind. When you have new, fresh thinking, it changes the dynamics.
Very well.
And President Akufo-Addo's failure to do that, because you had 121 MPs saying change Ken Ofori-Atta.
Right.
But your somehow unalloyed loyalty, because Ken Ofori-Atta has bankrolled your campaigns, and we thank Ken for that, for his service. But when things aren't going well, you change.
Right.
Just like in football,
right.
You can be Mo Salah, but if we see you're not delivering, we change you.
Change you.
And that's the failure of Akufo-Addo.
Right. I'll come back to you. Elvis, what do you make of this? There's an argument that it's as though Akufo-Addo, as Ibrahim has mentioned, had so much of a grip on the party. Dr. Bawumia was silent then. It is now that he's speaking up and trying to portray himself as a man of himself.
We are running an executive presidency. Through the constitution, there's no role that has been assigned to the vice president. The vice president is just like a deputy minister in our system, where it is your boss who will assign you what to do. So in the scheme of things, if you look clearly at our constitution, not much power has been given to the vice president. Any decision are taken at cabinet. The only person who can override cabinet decision is the president. Vice president has no power to say this decision taken by cabinet at this diagram. You can't do that. So we should understand our governance structure, what we are running, before we criticize people. So if you are a deputy and you have not been given any clearly assigned rules, and it's what your boss asks you to do is what you do. If your boss has not asked you to do, so how do you do it?
Yeah.
If the constitution gives all the power to the president, is the only person who can override cabinet decisions, who can say, this policy, I do not want it. Even if all ministers say they don't want this policy and the president says he wants it to be implemented. Because the constitution gives him the power, the executive authority who determines how this country should be run once elected. So we should understand that in the executive system which we have, we've handed all the power to the president as an individual. And that's what everybody is saying, that it's like we have given too much power to our president.
The vice can only advise. Which advice may or may not be taken.
So when people are criticizing vice presidents for not doing something, I'm like, you don't understand what we are talking about. That is what it is. So we cannot sit here and be saying that you were part of a system. You are part of a system. The question, do you have the power
to change anything,
within that system? That's the question we should be asking. So if you don't have the power to change anything within the system, then you being part of the system in itself is not an issue, because because if you had your way, probably, and you see, it's like we seem to forget history. What happened between Akar and Jerry Rawlings? What led to the fight? It's because of disagreement, and a vice president wants to assert his authority over the president. The president, no, I'm the president, you are not the president. My decisions are final, not you, the vice president. So if you look at what happened between Jerry Rawlings and Akar, I should tell you that a vice president cannot say that I want to insist that this should be done. So we should all understand from this point of view. And the fact that the man is speaking, if you listen to the general secretary, all these things that are said by Bawumia, I actually said first by the general secretary as some of the issues raised by the Okoye report. And so he's repeating what the Okoye report has said. And so it's not like he's standing back and saying, I'm not part of it. In fact, he admits that he's part of it and that they have learned from the mistakes. And I won't give it the chance again. The things that the party is saying that have not been done well, they will do it better. So I don't think that he's distancing himself from it. If he didn't, he will not say that we have learned our lessons. He's not blaming it that I'm not part of it. He said this is what we have been told, that we didn't do well in government. We accept it, and that when given the opportunity again, we won't do the same thing. So we should also listen to the narrative. Most of the times, media reportage gives us a reason to say this is what the person has said, but the media reporter normally doesn't capture everything. And for news, we are looking for the juicy aspect of the story. So we'll harp on why the loss came. But then we will not really harp of the fact that he admits that they made mistakes and that when given the opportunity, they will correct it. So I think that some of these things too, we have to look at it. Isn't this report and all the complaints, when you lose an election, there will be 1,001 reasons why you've lost an election.
Yeah.
And we must understand that the system we run is such that a lot of things can make you lose an election. Okay. So let's not. I think that the NPP will be beating itself too hard on some of the issues. I asked somebody between e-levy and a tax on fuel, which one will bite harder? The tax on fuel and e-levy. Because e-levy, if I don't do the transfers, I don't pay.
You don't pay.
If I decide that I work the person, I will not pay. But for fuel, any tax on fuel,
Yeah.
if you take trotro, the increase catches you.
Yeah.
If you have your fuel, your own car, you pay. When there's an increase on fuel, it affects everything because transport fares will goes up. So food and everything goes up. So if you do a critical analysis of e-levy and fuel increase in fuel prices, fuel price will bite you more than e-levy. But because e-levy, you send the money, realize that they've taken me 10 cedi for this money I've sent.
Yeah.
So that you feel like you are being cheated in a way. But a fuel price increase will bite you more, will bite everybody more, and it will affect every single person.
But it was not an either-or thing. The imposition or the passage of the e-levy.
Yes.
Was it an either-or situation?
No, it's not, the point is, you see, this is what the problem we have as a country. I've always said it. See, today, if we decide to enforce the rent law in this country, the government in power will lose an election and blame it on the rent law.
Yeah.
Do you know why? We will say it's the landlord or landlady who is paying.
Yeah.
But the landlord and landlady, so the government is now forcing me to pay a tax. So I'm also increasing my
Passing it on
rent,
to
so
you.
to pass it on to me.
Yeah.
And the people start complaining, why has rent skyrocketed all of a sudden? The landlord also, but the government is enforcing that I should pay 10% of whatever I take as rent to government. Me to the one I'm already taking, I didn't factor in that 10%. So if government is forcing me to pay, I also add it to the rent to you. It's actually passing it on to you.
Yeah.
So you see, when we are complaining about tax policies and the rest, when we take our time and do a detailed analysis of a tax, you realize that whether you like it or not, that will be passed on to you. Ibrahim talk about CST. How will Telecom pay CST to you? He's paying by increasing the tariffs.
Yeah.
He will pay by increasing the tariff. So the fact that it's the telecom that is paying, and because it's not directly deducted from your money, you think that, oh, it's not my money. It is your money.
It is your money.
Because the telecom is in a business and wants to make profit.
True.
So if government says you have to pay communication service tax in their tariffs, they'll put it in there. So it is the same money they are collecting from us to pay the CST. So sometimes this e-levy, I've always said that probably we have not really sat down to really look at the communication around it and explain to people that if we had increased fuel price by 20%, 20 pesos, by 20 pesos, the impact will be more than what the impact e-levy will be having on us. So for me, I think that some of these things, we need to have national discourse around this thing. We need to be able to let people understand the impact of any tax policy. Because tax policy is just a law passed by a state, and at the end of the day, it is you, the ordinary person, who is paying. If they say a company's profit has been taxed, where did the profit come from? The profit comes from you, the ordinary person, patronizing the service. So, and sometimes we seem to have a shallow idea of taxes. If it is not me paying directly like e-levy, then that is not my money.
It was not just e-levy mentioned. Arrogance of power.
Of course, arrogance of power. The NPP itself as a party was yearning and asking the president to sack a lot of ministers and appointees. The NPP was asking that, look, these MMDCs, a lot of them have become so arrogant, they don't even respect the MPs. Which MPs? MPs credit. The local people, the party people at the grassroots,
at the base.
Even most of them were disrespecting them. And they were asking for president. Change these people, they are making the party unpopular at the grassroots. How many MMDCs were changed under President Akufo those guys?
Like 3.
Do you understand it?
3.
If you have 136 members of parliament, and it's on record that at least 89 of them says change a particular minister. It does not mean that the change of the minister is going to change the economic situation.
No.
but it's for political reasons.
Exactly.
Why they want that change.
Yeah.
And so if you don't effect it, it does not mean that minister was incompetent. That if they had brought somebody, all of a sudden Ghana's economy would have changed. No. But they are looking at how things have gone, how the opposition has been able to brand to say that the minister is responsible for all these things. And they've gone to the people and they say, why wouldn't this man be changed? And they think that if you change the man, at least it brings some fresh thinking about how the party people are thinking.
Yeah.
And the president says, oh, I'm not going to change the person. So within the party itself, you've lost the election.
Yeah.
And you see, to lose an election, it's not opposition that makes you lose an election. No. It is you, your own people, who will make you lose an election. So the very moment your own people are complaining about things and you are not acting on them, you have already lost the election ahead of time. So the loss of the NPP is more within the party than outside the party. In fact, when you read the report, it talk about failure to pay allowances to youth groups like Youth on Afforestation, Youth in that, NAPCO, and the rest. These are largely party people that you put in this program so that they will also earn something small at the end of the month. And then the little they are supposed to be getting, now it's in arrest 6 months, 7 months.
Exactly.
It's to an election.
Yeah.
And you think that because it's a party person, the little that is earning, if the thing has been locked up for 6, 7 months, not coming, he should still go and vote for you. He will not go and vote for opposition, but he will not go to the vote at all.
Yeah.
So if you look at the issues, there is a group, see, some of the issues have to be group completed. This is a purely internal party issue. And these are purely beyond the party, that is national. That is what I've seen about. I've listed about 13 of these issues in my story. And I've realized almost half of them relate to internal party. It talks about issues such as National Cathedral.
Yeah.
Yes. It's obvious that so much has been said about National Cathedral that it made it look like a rip-off of the people. We didn't get any much of explanation. Today, if you ask somebody about National Cathedral, it's a religious institution, because that is what it has been done for us to understand. But if you look at the National Cathedral project in general, you want to really be fair and read what they have said. In fact, the religion aspect is just one. It's supposed to be like an international conference facility that almost every global conference that we want to have can be had there. But we focus on the religion aspect and left all the other aspects. So people said this. You see, so when you look at all the issues that have been raised, okay, if you talk about DDEP, at the state of the economy at that point, the question is, what could we have done? What could we have done at that moment? We've lost access to the capital market. We're not going to get any money from the capital market. All of a sudden, global events have made it to realize that we've lost so much revenue we were expecting for the year, and then we have to spend more in order to tackle COVID and the rest. The question you ask yourself that if you did not do DDEP, has anybody been able to establish that we could have done A, B, C without DDEP and still sustain the economy? That question, when the discussion are going, I've never heard anybody say that, oh, this is the alternative to DDEP. That if we had not done DDEP, we would have run the economy this way, and it will be successful. I'm here to see any convincing argument that if we had not done the DDEP, we could still have been able to pay the interest on our debt and we will not have defaulted. And they will still be able to run the country without DDEP. Because since we started going to the Eurobond market from President Kufuor's time till date, what we do is to go and borrow the Eurobond to come and pay our maturing debts. That's what we have been doing. We go to borrow from Eurobond to pay maturing debts. So now that you can't go to the market to go and borrow, how do you pay the debt that is accumulating on you? So you see, we should really, this DDEP thing, we make it look like it's the biggest problem. It was because people lost what they should have earned. But the question is at that material moment.
Very well.
What was there any alternative that could have been done with that DDEP that could make sure that the interest on our loans will not be reduced, maturing date will not be extended, and we'll be able to pay all the money that is maturing? Was there any solution at that moment? So you see, sometimes we as I said, we don't take time to look at the deep nature of what really we are confronted with. But because of political reason, there is this issue of unsatisfactory Galamsey fight. It's also part of the reason contributed. High cost of living,
the fuel price
inflation was below 10%. And all of a sudden, inflation has risen to 54%.
Yeah.
In fact, food inflation was so high that the cost of food becomes so expensive. So if I cannot even afford food, and you ask me that I should continue to vote for you, the question is, what will it be? But the question is, 4 months after the elections, what has happened to food prices? If those who go to the man will tell you that they thought that even with the stability of the city, the food price will remain same. Food prices are still going up. So we have a fundamental issue about how to address food prices in this country. And I think the last time the new governor said it, that if we are going to be able to do anything about cost of living in this country, the critical thing is to tackle food price. The question is, the election is over. 4 months after election, food prices are still going up. So we use that as a reason to vote, but the question is, has it stopped? It hasn't stopped. Have we found a solution? Once it's going up, it means that we have not found a solution yet.
Exactly. Thank you, Elvis. Let me say good morning to you, Victor Kwajoga Adaudu, member of the NDC's Legal and Communication Team. Welcome.
Good morning.
I trust you're well.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Today we are in the house of your brother. We are in the house of the MPP. Yes, they are flag bearer for the 2024 elections. This on talk. Thank you, Tor. And he's been saying a number of things, ascribing reasons for the party's defeat. We're getting the understanding that more or less he's speaking to the reports by Professor Mike Okwe. But this communication by the former vice president, how significant is it for the healing process of the MPP and, of course, its strategy going into 2028?
Yes, good morning to our cherished viewers and listeners. You know, I think that upon sober reflection, and they are looking at things that had happened when they were in government, and I think he makes it that these are some of the things that had happened. The arrogance of power, when I think before the economy was in shambles, we were going in the wrong direction. You know, the man in charge of the economy, that is the minister, comes and says that we are proud people, we won't go to IMF, when they are telling you that this is the solution, this is the way. You say, I will not go. Until everything has gone haywire. Then now you come back and you have to eat the humble pie. When everything, even your own people, your party people are telling you that the way we are going, even members of parliament saying we should not go. But the president could not do anything. And when he saw that, so they saw it. That's one of the arrogance of power. Today, if they had listened, when they even said there was going to be haircut, the president came out and said there will never be any haircuts. And people were directing you as to what we could do, you know, but they refused. Also, looking at it within their own fold, the e-levy was something that they said it was the panacea to every economic problem, the roads, everything. But, you know, they realized, instead of coming to say that, look, we think that the projection, the estimates we have made,
we got it wrong.
We got it wrong. And because we got it wrong, we are saying when we come back, we are going to take it off. But, you know, they couldn't come and say that. They only said, oh, we will take it off. The e-levy is doing the projection, everything went wrong. You see, they used to criticize and said that President Mills, he was just sitting at the castle. If it is only about borrowing money to run the economy, they could do it. I remember Esla said it very well, that even her child will be able to borrow money and run the economy. We gave the economy to an investment banker who borrows money, borrow excessively, and look at where we got to. Yes, the fundamentals for this economy, sometimes it is the IMF conditionalities, when we are stripped in line. So you have no space. The physical space is not there. It becomes difficult. I'm sure if we had listened earlier and had gone to the IMF for policy credibility, most of the things we go to IMF, it's not like they give us the money free. They just give us some money, and we want credibility. That policy. policy credibility, so that while we are able to go, they can say. That's why the rating agency comes in and so, oh, these people are credible. This one is not credible.
The money is actually a loan.
Yes, it's actually a loan. It's a loan. So I think that, yes, he has diagnosed some of the problems they had as a party. I'm sure that if they had listened to, even the president, in a way goes to Ashanti region, which is their hotbed, and say, oh, if you decide you won't vote for me, that is your case.
Meanwhile, it's not on the ticket.
Meanwhile, he was on the ticket. He said, oh, if you decide you won't vote for me, so be it. You see, Alice, the people were looking up to, even what you promised them and their broken promises you could not fix. Just tell them there is hope. Give them that assurance that, yes, what we thought it was when we got in, we realized it was tougher than that. Just like I think Randy Abbey said something when it came to the cocoa price.
Yeah.
He said, look, what we thought, the perception we had, maybe that promise was made out of ignorance. Because we did not know actually what was pertaining. But in spite of all that we have said, we will make sure that we do the right thing and also increase. So when it comes to the economy, it's something that, look, it cuts across all the successive government. If it was okay, the growth, it was exponential growth, things are going well, I don't think we would have gone to IMF for 17 times. So it tells our leaders that once they are there, and they have been shielded from the grassroots, the people around them, they try to elbow you out. They try to filter them from what they must hear, and they must get to know. And you are a leader, and you also decide that, oh, what I'm being told is the truth. You see, it will not augur for you well. Because you understand why the people, they are happy, they are comfortable, and others are complaining. And they will make sure they tell you what you want to listen to. So it's a lesson for all leaders.
Yeah.
One of the issues for a leader is that when you're a leader, you must even hear when the wind speaks. Uncommunicated feelings. You know, you meet some of your grassroots, you meet people, there's something they want to tell you, but they are not able to communicate to you. You, the leader, must be able to spot and say that, no, it is not well with Ibrahim. Ibrahim wants to tell me this. That is a mark of a leader. That even if your grassroots, all they are saying, they will pretend it is well. But no, because if not, they will come and pretend it is well. But when they go, they will backstab you. I think it is one of the things that the party has looked at. And for every party, when you lose, you go and do reorganization. Now, I'm sure there's going to be an internal politicking, jostling for positions. So everybody is now going to speak the truth now. That's what the grassroots were saying, so that they can carry the favor of the grassroots, so that they will be put in position.
Right.
And I think that whilst we learn these lessons, it should not be just left on the drawing board or on the shelf. Yes, this is what you say. But when you get power, this is what we have to do. I think that we are seeing some with President Mahama, lessons that he learned after he left office, whilst he was office, things that had been. I'm sure that lesson has been able to embolden him to take steps. So within, when he came, he really knew what he wanted to do. He knew the people, he feels that they could do the business for him, help him achieve what he was to do. So I think that, yes, the economy, we must look at it. It is for all of us. I always believe that there should be collaboration. There should be consensus when it comes to the economy. Because we all go to the same market. We suffer the same thing. And nobody should say, because I belong to this party, when the economy is not doing well, we are happy because we are in opposition. When it's doing well, the ruling government is happy. At the end of the day, it affects the citizen. And the citizen should be our priority. Because, look, I bet you, if Ghana citizens can feed 3 times a day, or even twice.
Two.
Even twice a day.
1 square meal.
No, 1 square meal, or even
0, 1, 0.
a good one.
a good one, a meal in a day. All this we see, the political, social delinquents and the rest, you won't find them.
Exactly.
By the end of the day, people want to, the shortcuts,
Yeah.
how will I be able to survive? So it's the survivor mentality that everybody now has.
Very well.
And I think that for the food security, look, I'm not there, but I think that a lot can be done. We have the land. We should just invest in it. It should be a bold decision that we'll take. And if we solve the food security, I'll tell you, this will be a place that nobody will even want to travel out of this country.
Very well, Victor.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll go around again.
Yeah.
2 minutes each, guys,
Okay.
so that we can stay within the time. 2 minutes. Ibrahim, how would it have helped if the Okoye report had been communicated earlier? I'm asking how it would have helped because of the image of Dr. Bami. So now that he's speaking to it, doesn't look like he is making his reflections or trying to absolve himself of any blame. If the report had been made public earlier.
Well, let me start by saying this. When was the report concluded? It's less than 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
Less than 3 weeks ago. So you can't rush the process when the Okoye report started making its findings. And its findings aren't made in a vacuum. You didn't go into some room and you use AI to conjure the content. The Okoye report came to us. It came to Lejokuku, where I'm from. I stood as an MP aspirant, as you know, and where Michael Okoye was there, the senior, you know, and they came and engaged with us in Lejokuku. What went wrong? What are your grievances? What are your concerns? Also, what went right? That engagement, I'm sure, happened across the 276 constituencies.
True.
So again, it wasn't rushed. It takes time. But when it was compiled, around 3 weeks or so ago, you know, do you then, I'm just answering your question. It's not a case of it being delayed. It's now ready, properly constituted and communicated. And JFK, our General Secretary, as Elvis mentioned, is speaking to the document, or he spoke before the Vice President. So I don't know about how earlier. It's just important that, as I mentioned, that integrity and the communication is being given. And it's really for the leadership. And I'm happy with the way in which Elvis addressed the question that you asked him about accountability, saying that the Vice President does not have the power that we assume that he does, though he has that influence, which I made in my own submission. You know, the issue or the responsibility lays not squarely, but not entirely also, but a large proportion of it lies with former President Akufo-Addo. He has to recognize that. We say the buck stops with me. It's your record that we're campaigning on. Yes, Bami is part of it. Your record that we're campaigning on. And certain instances, as I mentioned in my previous submission, are all fed into that narrative. That's why I said, and I'm repeating, ask anybody, ask Victor why we lost the election. He won't mention Baumia's name. He'll mention Akufo-Addo's name. Not out of malice, but that's how it is. Did you see us mention, what do you call it? A vice president's name in 2016? It's John Mahama's name that was mentioned. And Mr. Arthur was not, you know, at all. Do you get me? In my, give me 30 seconds.
And even Tekbe was blamed because he was handling the money, he wasn't releasing the money.
You know, but you're constrained, and I want to use just 45 seconds more for this submission, because while we tackle the issues, I also feel that we are privileged to have this platform to also offer solutions.
Right.
Good. Just 45. I promise I'll be brief. Just to highlight the issues. Elvis mentioned about if you increase rent income tax, because we're looking at ways to somehow control the economy, manage the economy. Victor's talking about the food crisis. Last week we talked about vertical farms and all those things. But this is what I want to submit. We needed to increase revenue. So we introduced e-levy. How much did we gain? $129 million. Way short of what the target, $129 million. Now here's a case, not even going to the rent income tax. Because rent income tax for residential, it's 8%, and for commercial, it's 15%. I want to park that aside. I put a proposal while we were in government, and I gave it to Ken Ofori-Atta. And that proposal was this: property tax, capturing property tax is somehow elusive to all administrations.
Yeah.
Now, property means that, by and large, there's an electricity meter at the property. Am I right? Generally. Good. When you go to ECG, you'll find that there are over 3 million electric meters in their system, not my system, ECG. We have altogether, per Ghana Statistical Service, we have 1.5 million residential units here in Ghana. Let's say the property tax in the year, that's the whole sum, on average is 700 Ghana. So if you do 1.5 times 700, you're getting close to, in the dollar terms, $95 million, like 1.4 billion. Yeah? $95 million. Just the property tax. How do you catch it? Whereby the landlord does not add it to your rent. That property belongs to the landlord, not you, the tenant. Now, you know that this property belongs to Victor Adewudu. His ECG number meter is this. So you tax the meter. So when he goes to pay his bill, it's added. Now you're telling me
adding on to the utility tariffs.
You owe it. And you spread it over the year. So it's not 700 BIM on his account, 700 spread over 12 months. Are you following me? Good. So and now somebody will tell you, but the tenant is going to pay for it but then you make sure that the law works, whereby that you as a tenant pay for your electricity usage, but you attach it to the electricity meter. That portion goes to the landlord. We have the landlord's Ghana card and his mobile money account. So if there are the options, either you tax the meter or directly charge the landlord. I'm just giving some ideas for us to look at.
Yeah, I think it will need some fleshing out too, because not even all landlords live on their property.
Which is why I'm saying that where the landlord, and most of them are absent landlords, that they don't live there, as you register, we capture your data. We know that you, Nana Tufo, you're renting this property because it's captured. You can't just rent in a vacuum. We have to somehow manage that process. And your mobile money is what? Your bank account is what? So this tax, we will surcharge you, and you do it in a way that doesn't hurt you too. Over time, you take it.
This tax will hurt.
Sure, but I mean, not in a lump sum. I've taken more than my 45
so we spread it
seconds.
over the 12 months.
I just wanted to make this part known that while we are on platforms like this, while we attack, we criticize and we praise, where we can give solutions, because that will also help to somehow help government create revenue, as Victor mentioned.
Right.
Focusing on agric. So this, I just wanted to add that to the
two more minutes. I mean, you have listed a number of the issues in your report. Do you see the party the NPP as a party at the crossroads? And how important is it to strengthen the grassroots now that they are working towards an election in about 3 years now, or 4 years to come?
Oh, this thing is simple. It's easily done. Now you're in opposition. So if you table positive things you want to do, people will buy into it easily. You admit we made a mistake. Now next time we won't do it again. This is what we want to do. People will easily buy it. That's what it is. So Ibrahim proposed, I have said, if we will say every year we deploy 10,000 national service people just to collect property tax, the money we will make in this country will be crazy.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
Just say every year 10,000 people, give it to the various assemblies. Their duty is just go and chase property tax.
Anyway, just to say, I agree with the property tax. It's just your approach that I was trying to understand.
It's already been paid for by the state. The state is the one paying the allowance.
Yes.
So if in every assembly we give them a number of national service people and say the duty they are supposed to do is to just work with the revenue person, make sure that everything is collected. And it's not cash. You're not going to pay. No. You pay directly to an account. They only come and tell you that you have to pay or you face.
Yeah.
Because the land, apart from Ghana card and the one you mentioned, even the person who owns the land, the lands commission have the records of everybody who owns any land in this country. So now we have built a database of national ID. We have a lands commission. Now if every land you register, they give you a barcode. We just scan now. They know who owns the land and what is the person's contact number. And so we have some databases we can integrate right now that if we really want to make money for property tax, we can make. The issue is that, I have said it, people are put in public office not to think and bring new ideas. People go to public office because of the benefits that are associated to it. They go there and you don't see any innovation that has been added to the public institution. 4 years, the person is there as head, and there's no innovative situation to increase revenue. All they do is that they go and tackle market women and say you have to pay toll. Meanwhile, there are so many other ways of making money. How to even monetize indiscipline. We are deploying 11,000 cameras in town. They are capable of capturing car numbers and giving you a bill directly that you made this. We are not making use of it to collect money from those who are being indisciplined on the road. And then, so there's so many ways that I can tell you that if we want to really sit up and make money, the president should say, you are at this place. These are the challenges here. I've given you 2 years to be able to establish A, B, C, D. If you can't do it, you are fired. After, if you go to assemblies right now, if you ask them, give me a registry of all artisans in their district, they don't have it. So if you don't have the registry of artisans in your district, how do you able to collect any money from them for all the work they do? So you see, there are ways to do it. And you see, we are a country where we don't have benchmarks to determine whether our economy has a problem or a policy should not be implemented. Everywhere in the world, the stock market will tell you that this policy is a wrong policy. And the government has no choice but to withdraw it immediately. When Kwesi Kwarteng was made finance minister in the UK, what did he do? He said he was going to cut taxes. If it were in Ghana, we would be jubilating and sleeping and praising him. But what happened? The stock market immediately reacted and said, look, the UK's debt is here. If you say you are going to cut taxes, good idea, but you have not shown where you are going to get the lost revenue from. What it meant that you are going to make the UK borrow more. When the UK borrow more, it affects all the indicators, and in terms of mortgage and people's loans and interest, they will go up. The stock market send a signal. Immediately they have to fire him because the stock market saying that that policy, though the ordinary person should be hailing it, is have a problem for the economy. We must find a way for our stock market to be sending indicators to economic managers that this particular policy will not work because the impact on the economy will be A, B, C, D. We have a sleeping stock market that no matter what policy we implement doesn't give any reaction. Go first have to fly to Ghana to come and meet President Mahama because the decision not to renew their lease alone, the way their stock was falling in wherever they were listed, they had to come in and say, look, we need to do something. And now they have been given a 12-month period and say, use the 12 months as a transition period, and now your investors know that you are going to hand over the mine after 12 months. Because if that had not been done, the impact that they are having on the stock market is crazy. So we should be able to sit in a country and say, look, let's leave the partisan issues aside. Political promises are sweet. Look, President Mahama today is sweet, is enjoying. When we exit the IMF
he's launching a
next year, when we launch the IMF next year, the borrowing spree will be like, do you know why? So many promises in the money to fulfill it is not there. Local revenue, you are not coming out an innovative way to generate more money, local. So your revenue is stagnant. Meanwhile, the promises you have made are so huge that you need money to. That was what people blame Akufo-Addo that he borrowed too much. They didn't misuse the money. Yeah, I know there was corruption and some few other things. That one was part of us.
But the promises that
but the promise were saying that an attempt to make sure that you implement the policies comes at a cost, and for which reason you are not generating enough. So the only way to be able to get this thing is to what? To go borrowing. Because we've established in this country that just paying salaries, statutory funds, and just three things consume all our money. So if you want to build roads, we don't have the money locally. If you want to build a house, we don't have the money locally. So everything you want to do is something that you have to go and collect the money. And now, because we've done the DEP, we've actually saved over $4 billion. We have some room when we leave the IMF. We have some room because all indicators will be looking so nice. So then that will be the basis for us to say we can borrow. Just as when we went to the IMF in 2015, 2017, because IMF controlled us and the indicators were looking good. When 2018, after IMF has left in 2019, we realized that, we could even bring in more money to do things. And that is where the interest... So you see, we should all understand that we put pressure on politicians to fulfill all their manifestos. But what we don't ask is, where is the money coming from? When revenue is the same. Now, we say we are collecting 290 billion. 250 billion, but I want to spend 290 billion. 290 billion, they're very 40 billion. But I can tell that we're going to spend more than that when it comes to the next budget, because after a year in government, the pressure will start coming. Hey, we promised this, we have not done it. We promised that we have not done it. Then all the things you say you are going to launch, that is what cost MPP's defeat.
Thank you.
Because they launched youth in afforestation, youth in that, youth in that. And now the allowances to pay got locked up because there's no money. So we are going to launch youth in apprenticeship. We are going to launch youth in that. All of them to find some job for the party people. But the bottom line, when you are stranded financially, you are not able to pay the stipends to them.
Right.
And for
Thank you,
which
Elvis.
reason,
Thank
your
you.
own people get angry with you,
Sure.
and then they decide that let's vote against this government.
Thank you. Victor, I'll come to you. You will have the final say on this matter, but I need to take a break now. So just hold your thoughts for me. I'll come back to you pretty shortly. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll wrap up the conversation regarding the thank you tour by Dr. Bawumia, and then we'll move into other matters. We'll be right back.
Imagine a place where technology and compassion meet. A sanctuary of health, precision, and trust. At Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, we redefine excellence. From advanced ultrasound, X-ray, and CT scan services to accurate laboratory, cardiology, and dentistry, our mission is clear: to provide the care you deserve with accuracy, precision, and speed. Your trusted healthcare partner, Olive Health Diagnostics, always ready whenever you need us. Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, redefining excellence in medical diagnostics.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernon Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernon Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernon Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernon Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernon Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety is as important as the air that we breathe. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
Hello Ghana, I'm Tommy Ananforson. Our homes are our sanctuary. But safety is not all about locks, fences, and cameras. This is where Response One comes in. Their advanced monitored alarm system just doesn't record crime, it prevents it. In moments of danger, Response One's 24/7 monitoring ensures immediate help. With their theft protection guarantee, this is true peace of mind. I trust Response One to keep my family safe. You should too. Visit responseoneghana.com or call 0302 Secure 1.
Response One. Stay connected, stay protected.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
It's time for the main event. This is incredible. He has written it, and the dream lives on. I cannot believe it.
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
grateful that you stayed on with us. The station is Channel One TV. The program is Breakfast Daily, and this is the news review segment. Just before the break, we're looking at a thank you tour of the New Patriotic Party and what Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has been saying. Victor, you get the last bite on this matter. Wrap it up. You have 2 minutes, and then we can move into other matters.
I think we were looking at the economy, how to. The simple thing. I always ask, what did we do about this postal code, the digital address?
The GPS.
The DVS.
Yeah.
What is the value we got out of it, apart from naming the streets and the properties? What did we get from it?
I think it's a long-term.
You see, but the simple thing is this. Yes, I agree with the harmonizing, integrating all the databases. But now every property, every land has a digital address. So even if you say every property for a month, every digital address property is paying only 1 cedis or 10 cedis. In a month, how much shall we make? These are, low-hanging fruits that we could use that because it is identified, the digital address, the name, every day. So at the end of the month, everywhere, we are just 1 cedi. How much shall we make as a nation? But we are not looking at that.
Yeah.
We are looking at the pork barrel projects that at the end of the day, something would, go to somebody who is in charge, who thinks that this is a big project, what is in it for me, but not what is in it for Ghana. I think we need to change that scarcity mentality. That is one of the things. I think for the NPP, what they have seen and things that has been pointed out, I was just reading the MP for Opoku Davis for Impresso OPK. I think it was talking about that the
committee's report.
The committee's report has not been made open, available to them. They want to know before it is implemented. It cuts across. I'm sure the issues that they have found cuts across for every party. If you go to every party, these are issues when parties are in government. So for me, it is a good thing we also have to look at so that we don't fall into the same trap that our leaders. That's why I believe one of the key things that President Mahama has said is that no appointee of mine who demonstrates or displays arrogance, you'll be fired. You are not put there to come and be whining and justifying. You are there to solve problems. If you can't solve the problem, step aside. I think that is it. So, yes, it is good. I think the reflection, at the end of the day, I always say it is the political parties that produces the leadership for the state. So the political parties, we need them. It's a vehicle by which leadership is produced for the state. So if you don't have a strong political party, a weak political party, then you realize that the leadership they may produce may not augur well for the state. At the end of the day, they come to rule. They make the policies. And if we don't have a strong party, we don't have the people, the resources that party will produce. So it is good that we are taking interest in what they have identified. And I'm sure what we also identified during the Professor Boche's reorganization report were some of the things that propelled us in preparation and things that we did that brought us to power.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to other matters.
Let me make one suggestion.
Quickly.
I think the NPP should simply sit down, look at the report, give an executive summary for the public. Because right now, I see Bawumia is in danger of being accused of maybe having access to the report and using it while maybe potential other hopefuls do not have it, what it is in it. And it could become a problem for the entire party. So the things that have been mentioned so far by the General Secretary, I don't think that there are anything harmful to the party. The square, they will say, oh, somebody has misused party money, and they can keep those aspects. But the issue of DDP, e-levy, and all these things, I think that it will be more helpful to the party if they could rather give a summary of the general issues and put it out in the public domain at a press conference so that everybody know that generally these are the category of issues. As for the nitty-gritties, that one they can keep to them. But if they don't do that general summary and they keep both the general and a particular candidate, Bawumia is the candidate and is going on a tour with the national executive, and the national executive are talking about, is commenting on it. It's going to be looking like, oh, Bawumia has the report and he's the only person who has it, is now talking to me. Meanwhile, he's a potential flag bearer hope, or he's been given an advantage over the others. So I think that for me, I'll suggest the MPP, if they will listen to me, an executive summary of the general issues that are already making the public, they should officially put it out. So it takes away that speculation out of it. I think it will help the party.
Thank you. I'm sure Ibrahim will take it upstairs.
It's already nice. It's nothing new.
It's not new. I mean, the Professor Butchie committee also put out an executive summary.
It's nothing new. Every party that loses does a report and it comes out. So I don't see that Dr. Bawumia is having any undue advantage.
In any case, he's extended an invitation to all the aspirants during the primaries. He's actually there with Kennedy Japan
I think what Vice President Bawumia is doing is fantastic. And I'll explain this. Again, I'll be brief so we go to the next topic. He is giving oxygen and sunlight to key elements within the report. You know, and thank you, Victor, for mentioning Kwesi Botchwey report. I forgot it. I did my research and forgot to mention it. Kwesi Botchwey report will tell you why we lost. I'm talking NDC at the time. So there's no undue advantage. And he was the flag bearer. I don't think there's any undue advantage that all the other aspirants need to somehow be given privileged information. Elvis is right. It will come out in due course. These things do. And when it comes out, it's for we as a party to look honestly at the content of the document and act accordingly. That's right.
So we will lead and you follow.
Your party is leading a group of other political parties to demonstrate. Your party is leading a group of other political parties to demonstrate. Why won't you allow legal processes to go on? I mean, there's a committee that has been set. Allow it to finish its work. Why are you demonstrating over the CJ's removal?
Well, there's due process that hasn't been followed. There's due. I'm glad the due process is that one. I'm coming. The CJ needs to be what? Copied in on the petition. Am I right?
She's responded to some petition.
No, but I'm saying that she was not copied. Let's understand that. She's responded to it
I mean, she's seen it. So
I understand, but we're talking about process. The fact that you don't issue me a summons, but upon hearing it, and it's your duty to issue the summons to me. Am I right? Upon hearing it, I avail myself of my thoughts. Means the fact that I correct you are wrong does not mean you are right. Process-wise. But having looked at it, one of the key parts of the petition, per what I've come across, relates to the travel of Chief Justice Tokodu. Am I right?
Yeah.
When you go to paragraph 9, okay, of the document regarding the CJ's travel, which was, if not amended, adopted on the 5th of January, 5th of January 2019. And what it does is the policy draws its strength, okay, from the two other arms of government, where the state, Ghana, fully covers the travel expenses of the aide-de-camp, as the ADC, and the protocol officer or personal assistant of the CJ. The amendment in paragraph 9 talks to unlimited travels, whereby, again, either your spouse or some other person, a personal assistant, can be covered. Now, what we're hearing is that having followed due process, you're suspending without even going through the facts. Do you get me? You're suspending. The Chief Justice, as I understand it, will not sit on the investigation. That's not their, they don't have that locus to sit on an investigation. So why the suspension? When you do that, you are already somehow putting the cart before the horse. You are in some way, shape or form, you know, adjudicating your own results, if I can put it that way. What has happened here in terms of the Chief Justice and the suspension of it, per the due process that I was mentioning to, you're seeing that there's somehow not a flouting of the law, but there's it has been truncated. You're saying that why go on a protest and not allow the process to work? The process itself, per how government's gone about it, is flawed. Victor's here, a seasoned lawyer, and I'm sure his input will be there. we have a rule of what? Innocent until proven guilty.
Guilty, yeah.
The suspension itself. Now, you can say that there are cases where a member of the police service, an allegation is made against them, and so then they are put on suspension
Right.
while investigation continues. Okay? Given that that police officer may interfere in the work. This is a case whereby a petition has come, and in fact, the petition, having not been one, fully communicated, two, from the ones that have been leaked out, Nana to four, don't give justice to the reasons why the suspension is taking place. Because you're looking at certain areas where you're saying that the Chief Justice has flouted rules in terms of protocol. You talk about an imprest of some $14,000, am I right, in terms of travel. The amount there has been retired. I think it's 9,000 or so, am I right, has been retired, plus has been retired. So where is the due process in that particular area? What the NPP and other political parties are doing per the process, sometimes you have to look outside of your political community and speak to the national interest. This process, and Article 146 allows this process to happen. So I have no issue at all with the process happening.
However,
but the fast tracking of a result per the suspension is what I have an issue with. And I think what every Ghanaian needs to have an issue with. So that's my particular stance there. And so the protest is it will help breathe oxygen into that issue and let Ghanaians also be fully aware that what government is doing is not in line with what the Article 146 itself lends it to. Yes.
Victor, I see you are itching to speak on. I mean, this radio.
You see,
let's hear
sometimes the MPP and its members, and especially their lawyers, they pride themselves as the paragons and the doings of rule of law. But it gets to some points when they see the letter, the black and white of the Constitution, they start going circumscribing it, and they don't read the law. You see, they are behaving as if Article 146 was just written 4 months ago by President John Dramani Mahama. It was inserted into the Constitution. The 146 has always been there. You know the reason why they want to go on demonstration? They want to play the victim. They want, because they know the number of their people who are being hauled, being taken to NIB, and possibly will be taken to court. They want to play the victim and say that, oh, we said it. It is going to be Trump charges against us. Listen, the Chief Justice, I don't know why they are jumping the gun. 146 is clear. It has laid down a procedure, and the president is just following the procedure, what the Constitution says it should be done. Have they been able, any of them, be able to tell you that this is what the president has done and it is wrong? None of them. I was even disappointed when the Ghana Bar Associations that they were going to write, and I said they should have given us that, Mr. President, you did this. You were wrong. This procedure was wrong. And even did you see their statement? The statement, you could not see the head and tail. They said we will see the constitutional provision, we will follow it. And see, did they ever say anywhere that, Mr. President, you did A, B, C, D, it was wrong? This has been procedure that has been there. And you see, they tried at the beginning and say natural justice. When the petition comes, you must send it to the Chief Justice to have a response. No, that was not the procedure in 146.
Yes.
146 says determine in conjunction with the Council of State. If you determine and say that this one, it doesn't meet the prima facie criteria, that ends the matter. You truncate the process. If you think it meets that process, then you give the Chief Justice the opportunity to be heard. Her response, what are they taking the job that the committee now has to do? they are preempting the job that the committee will have to do. You see, the committee, are they saying that the former Chief Justice who was there as a member, who is there now as a member of Council of State,
Yeah.
the chairman himself is a lawyer, Betty Mould, you know, the council had benefit of seasoned lawyers who looked at it and said that we think that it meets the threshold. We are now going to give her the opportunity. When you are suspended, doesn't mean that they say you are guilty, you have been removed. No! You are not being given the opportunity to come. And there is a reason why the Constitution says it should be held in camera. So allow the process, let's get there. When you have any issue, you can criticize. Because after the committee sits down in camera, definitely the proceedings and everything will come up. It's just like you have a divorce case. When you have a divorce case, you don't sit in the well of the court or in the public. You do it in the judge's chamber. Nobody hears. But when he's going to give judgment in the divorce case, it comes to the public and reads. We will get to know what were the facts, what happened. So
would it have been better to open the committee sittings up to the public?
Yes, if you read the memorandum to the Constitution, why is that they felt that for the Chief Justice and some of this, it should be held in camera. These are people occupying position of responsibility, noble position in society that they hold both the legal and the moral conscience of society. Now, if you are saying that something untoward has been done, they feel this should be heard in camera so that the confidence that we have in the judiciary will not be weaned. Because they are the last bastion. When all of us have problems, executive, legislature, the last bastion of hope for us as a nation and who will bind us together with democracy is the judiciary. So it should not be any issue that comes up, then you throw it into the public domain. You may lose the confidence in the judiciary and say, this is what the leaders are doing. That's why it says that let it be in camera. When there is any reprimand, anything that has to be done, let it be known.
Right.
Yes, other people, and they will know how it is handled.
Very well.
Than just putting it and it becomes like political potato. So for me, GBA, I've read their statement, and to say that the president, they are writing to him to revoke, which part of the law says that you have that power? The president is doing his duty. He's been given, the Constitution has given him a job to do, a mandate. And he's doing it. So all this coming in, for me, the other parties, I listened to PNC, their leader. I cringed. I cringed because she wasn't talking about the Constitution. She was talking about women. She was talking about issues that I'm sure that she hadn't even read the Article 146. She doesn't have understanding. Are you getting? So for me, because they know what is coming to play the victim.
What is coming?
Oh, the NPP. Also, most of their members are being called and things are being exposed. Auditing is being done by the government to see, just like we were told in the Cocoa Board, that sacks and the things were procured 2022, 2023 had not been cleared. You have procured up to 2026. Those are things that are being investigated. So, for me, it is just to play the victim, to prepare the mind of public, of the session of the public, to say that we told you that they will take us along, or they will haul us before this thing. The fact that you've been hauled before any of the investigative, that doesn't mean you are guilty. It is for you to come and explain or account for your stewardship. It's accountability.
Thank you. Elvis, you see what the politicians are doing with this matter. This morning we read that the GUM has withdrawn from the thing. They say they are no longer part. But from where I am not a lawyer, neither are you. We are journalists. But I mean, how do you see all this playing out, and why the various entrenched positions?
That's democracy. Democracy is about we are disagreeing over issues, over ideas, over way of doing things.
That we deliberately disagree?
That's part of democracy. In America, now Trump is trying to bring efficiency to the sense he wants to audit how public money is used.
Yeah.
Democrats are on demonstration. Why is he trying to audit U.S. aid and how public money is used? It's democracy.
Yeah.
You see that? Why was somebody be opposed to auditing how public money is used?
Yeah.
You understand it?
Yeah.
But it's democracy.
Exactly.
So if some people want to go on demonstration because of this issue, it's their right. It's a constitutional right for them to go on the demonstration.
Indeed.
Which I don't see anything wrong with. You see, we should allow the system, these things to happen, okay? We learn from it as we grow, okay? Whatever the outcome will be at the end of the day, we will learn certain lessons. You understand? So for me, people go on demonstration, allow them to go. That is what it is. It's part of the democratic process. When I say free speech, it's not only about talking, it's about also demonstration, protest. So that's it. I see this whole Chief Justice thing. I listened to the GBA. And as I've said, this country, we talk plenty, but we do little. That is the problem. And that is all why we are here we are. I was surprised to know that GBA says that as far back as 2020, the Supreme Court delivered a judgment, and the opinion was written by Justice Jose Doche. And in that judgment, Doche made it clear that the system that is in the Constitution is bound for abuse because there are no laid down rules and regulations as to how the president should carry out those functions. And then he actually proposed that the state must formulate the rules and regulations in terms of how that mandate that the Constitution says should be carried out. This is a Supreme Court ruling as far back as 2020. We sat on it as a country, did nothing. And today we are confronted with the same situation. Assuming that judgment had been acted upon, and we have actually developed the processes because it is a discretion. So if it's discretion, then it should be governed by rules, and we have done that. I believe that a lot of the issues that are coming up today will not have existed because then we have actually proposed the antidote. So clearly, though it is in the Constitution, as far back as 2020, the Supreme Court has determined that the system that the Constitution has put in place is not perfect. There are issues with it, and that we need to do something about it so that it will be very clear as to what the president can do and what he cannot do, and what made the president to do that will all be determined by those rules. When I listen to the GBA president narrate it, this is my story. I'm like, so for 5 years, if this issue of the CG had not come up, we are not even going to talk about it. Even though the highest court of the land has actually told us there's a problem with the whole thing. We'll do nothing about it. So now they say they passed a resolution to ask the president to rescind the suspension because it's arbitrary. I think so. The question is, if tomorrow a member of parliament present a motion to parliament and says, in my opinion, the president of Ghana has to be impeached, and the parliament adopts and says we will debate this, at the point that parliament will be debating it, the vote has not taken place yet. Will the president of Ghana be suspended because parliament has adopted the motion to debate that the president should be removed from office? Will the president of Ghana be suspended? Okay, because right now it's a petition against the CG.
Yes.
That ABCD. The committee has not come out, but we have suspended the CG. The president has suspended the CG. So I sat down and asked myself, as a journalist, I asked myself, so will the president of Ghana be suspended?
But 146 gives him the opportunity.
That's what I'm saying, but do you know the president to remove the president of Ghana? We can be impeached by parliament. Yes. This parliament can impeach the president. So as I'm saying, if a member of Parliament files a motion in parliament and the speaker accepts the motion, the speaker accepting the motion means that it seems that there's merit in what that is prima facie case in the same. That's a case for the president to that's why the speaker is accepting for the debate, right? So if the speaker accepts, it means that the speaker believes that, or the entirety of parliament believes that the issue warrants some attention. Will we suspend the president of Ghana until the parliament complete the debate and vote, and then the vote outcome will determine whether the president should return to office or not?
But as the Constitution says so, as it says for the CJ's case,
is that what? Is that what?
That's the Constitution says so.
These are the issues. I'm trying to tell you the kind of constitution we have and the loopholes. The loopholes. I'm drawing this from the judgment of the judges do say that given what is in the constitution in respect of the Supreme Court, well, the constitution didn't say anything about the CJ. The constitution said something about Supreme Court judges. And then there was a case in which the question was asked, what about the CJ? And the same Supreme Court decided that because the CJ is a Supreme Court judge, then the procedure that applies to a Supreme Court judge should apply. So in actual fact, there's nothing that talks about CJ removal in the constitution. Is that Supreme Court decision now says that because there's a process for Supreme Court judges, and the CJ is first of all a Supreme Court judge before becoming a CJ, the same process should apply. So even in the constitution, there's no direct reference to CJ. There's a direct reference to the Supreme Court judge.
Is there?
That is a superior court judge from High Court right to Supreme Court.
I'm saying that that's what they so everybody there are so many Supreme Court judges. But the case was clear. What about the Chief Justice? You understand it? So I'm saying that if I'm looking at what is in the Constitution and even the ruling of the Supreme Court itself, saying that even with all that the Constitution has said about Superior Court judges, there is still a loophole and room for abuse. If somebody also decides to take that option to Parliament and also do that, are we going to suspend it? Or somebody goes to court and says,
procedure are two different
procedures. So we need to look at these things in our constitution very well.
We need to go.
No, is it?
We need to go. Our time is up.
Our time is up. Let's understand.
Is it? We need to go.
I'm saying that.
I mean, H.Kwesi Prempeh has spoken about some of these issues.
With the
he sits on the Constitution Review Committee. So hopefully,
and then secondly,
hopefully,
the issue of he mentioned
30 seconds.
Yes, he mentioned about the Council of State. That's another problem I have with the Constitution. Today we may have people who are lawyers on the Council of State. What about tomorrow we have no lawyer at all in the Council of State?
No, it can't happen.
If you have no lawyers there.
No, it can't happen. You need a
is this in the Constitution?
How many people are there? Are about 19 members of the Council of State. So how does one person, if it is only former CJ, is he the only person who should determine a premier facie case? So if the rest of the people on the Council of State are not lawyers, on what basis? Because I cannot determine a prima facie case, but I'm not a lawyer.
Thank you.
So
hopefully we have another opportunity to delve into these matters. But thank you so much. Elvis Darko of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com. Ibrahim Ejay, former Assistant Secretary, Office of the Former President. And then Victor Kwajoga Adaudu, birthday boy.
Yes. I'm happy. I'm elated today. God has granted me another year. My mother was 80 just last 2 weeks.
Oh wow!
And my junior brother too, born in April. So
congratulations to you. Happy birthday to you. We wish you the best of today. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time. This has been the news review segment of Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We still have more on the show for you. Thank you so much for your time.
One thing I hate in my life is heat, or to sweat whilst I am asleep. That is why I don't joke with my air conditioners. Not just any air conditioner, but Franco air conditioners. It's good for the Ghanaian weather, and they are filled with R410 gas, which is very friendly to human beings, which is not harmful to human health. We have 1.5, 2.0, and 2.5 horsepower. So what are you waiting for? Walk into any Franco branch now and grab for yourself quality, affordable, and energy efficient air conditioner from Franco. Visit www.francotrading.com or call any of the numbers on your screen for enquiries or wholesale. Franco air conditioners, they are reliable, tried and tested by all. Franco, home of quality and affordable air conditioners.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
We're doing something quite interesting. We're making red eba with fried turkey and sauteed or stir-fried vegetables.
Put that on fire.
What's cooking? Wow.
Taki is cooking.
Taki.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This will be delicious when cooked. Hello?
So this is what you do now?
No. I had early signals.
Your GPS is not working.
No, I had early signals.
Which early signals?
And to avoid the rain, I have to come early.
Which rain?
It's about to rain.
Ghana met you.
Yes.
Red eba is just your regular normal eba.
Okay.
This time around it's stewed.
All right, Chef Orel. So I was just letting you do your thing with the stir fry.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch you cook. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's been cooked. It's been cooked.
Where is this hat from?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper.
Good morning to you once more. My name is Chris Carter, and I'm here with
Philip Nilate. Good morning.
And of course, this is still Breakfast Daily, and it's just the second part of, Breakfast Daily. The cool part. Anyway.
The part where we don't want to be too hard.
Yes,
that for some reasons, you have to bring you some hard stories, one way or the other. Yes.
Yeah. But it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and you know that you are part of this community, Breakfast Daily community. So whatever that we are bringing to you on the screens today is actually for you to also be part of it. So feel free to contribute at any time. Send in your thoughts, your questions, and even your heartfelt messages via the WhatsApp number on the screen, and 020347033. 020347033. Just send it via WhatsApp. And if you're watching from outside Ghana, all you need to do is add +233 and take off the first 0, and then the message will come right through.
So definitely we have a lot for you today. We will definitely be opening the phone lines for you so that you can have a conversation with that on a particular issue. I don't know, over the weekend I slept in the Dumso for some time, and I'm sure that a lot of people are also experiencing erratic power supply. We'll be having a conversation on that
on this platform today. But I'm sure you know of the seasons of prayer.
Yeah.
It's still happening. So if you haven't joined yet, you should be part of the season of prayer, because midnight cry is 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day is 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and prayer encounter is 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. It's just some few days away, 3 days or 2 days to the end of April. So if you haven't joined, you'd want to fortify yourself for the rest of the year. So we just have 2-3 days away from the month of May. So make sure that you are part of this program today, tomorrow, until the month of April ends.
All right. And when the month of April ends, we start the next month. That's 1st May with the family consecration service. Do well not to miss it, because this is a service that actually brings everyone in the family together. Anyone that comprises as the family, it could be the kids, the wife, the husband, the brother, the sister. Everyone is invited. Come to the family consecration service Thursday, 1st May 2025, 6 a.m. to 12 noon. And this is a very good place to actually come and renew your vows. This happens every year, so definitely you would not want to miss it. It's at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel here in Accra.
And you can see on the screens, we have Reverend Steve Wingam, who is going to be there, Reverend Mauli Chikata, who is going to be there, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Nwagbewonu, Reverend Nelson Awintia, Reverend Fred McDavid. You've been hearing their voices on radio on This Is Your Day, but you'd want to have an encounter with them come Thursday, May 1, 2025. Just come and be blessed.
Yeah. And right now, it's time for us to get the show started.
Exactly.
So we are going to be starting up with some music, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you more. Enjoy.
Men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Say why men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. So shall I stay? Would it be a sin for I can't help falling in love with you? So like the rough flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things were meant to be. You take my whole life too. For I can't help falling in love with you. For I can't help falling in love with you. You're staring at the bottom of the glass, hoping one day you make your dream last. But dream comes slow, but the goal is so fast. You see it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you understand why everything you touch surely dies. Oh, yeah, you only need the light Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the glass, same old empty feeling in your heart. Love comes slow and it goes so fast. You see it when you fall asleep, never to touch and never to keep, 'cause you love it too much. You dive too deep. Yeah, you only need the light when it's getting low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Yeah, you let her go. And you let her go. Yeah, you only let her lie when it's raining low. Only miss the sun, it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Now I am around. Me near Diani, my training Nimua. I treat you, feel only born. Imufi recorda, Ebeka mini, Odonkwa. Yeah, but two and Puimo. Mama say, what does say? Bombing comode. Bombing comode. Bombing comode. Yeah. If it's sound, imiti or doctor, bombing comode. Bombing comode. Yeah. Every mambo and fight mo. Nyaka yinte muri odonkwa. Odosurunku. Naso ambo amete ase. Osere dea. Namanani. Odo. Una unima dia me pe. Enti casa me camirombe o. Bombing comode. Bombing comode. Bombing comode. Yeah. If we say oh dimiti ora casa bombing comode. Bombing comode. I want me to your doctor. Mommy, come on there. And then Maria, and from Mambo and Find the Moon. Yaka in Tebu, don't go on. Odosurunku. Nasomo ambo amete ase. Oserdea. Namanani. Odo una unima dia me pe. Enti kasa 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 meka mi dompe o. Bobby come there. Bobby come there. Bobby come there. Yeah yeah. Ah, oh, me see your kasa. Bobby come there. Bobby come there. Yeah yeah. Ah, oh, me see your kasa. Stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul, and I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. So they're different, and the way I feel now, I guess I'll be with you to the end. Guess I'm on my way, but it glad to stay. Stuck on you, and the way I feel now, I guess I'll be with you to the end. Guess I'm on my way. So hard to see that a woman like you can wait and run for a man like me. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Oh, I'm leaving on that midnight train tomorrow, and I know just where I'm going. I packed up my troubles and I threw them all away. And this time, my little darling, I'm coming home to stay. I'm stuck on you. Been a fool for too long. I guess it's time for me to come on home. Guess I'm on my way. So hard to see that a woman like you can wait around for a man like me. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Oh. When your legs don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet. Oh, your mouth still remember the taste of my love. Oh, your eyes still smile from your cheek. 'Cause darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. And baby, your heart can still for us hard at 23. And I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe it's a part of the play. For me, I fall in love with you every single day. But I just wanna tell you, honey, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me out of the light of 1,000 stars.
So beautiful music there to get you started, and so we can roll and get into the conversation of today. But before we bring you that conversation, what is trending? What is trending? What is trending? Yesterday, Liverpool was able to get to be crowned Premier League. They won against Tottenham Hotspurs, and trust me, 5-1.
Right.
5-1.
And all the Liverpool fans on my TL were so ecstatic First of all, I didn't even know that there was a game going on until I saw everybody on my TL, my status and everything, Liverpool, even those that, well, you know, have gone to, you know, a Liverpool game in a long time. They brought back the pictures. I'm like, what's happening? And I had to go and check Twitter. I'm like, oh,
Liverpool
you guys
was
won.
doing the Reds.
You never walk alone.
They never walk
and
alone.
They started the whole you never walk alone
Exactly, yeah.
thing. And with the trend,
YWN.
YWNA.
Yeah, it's trending. It's on the trends. And we also have other trends as well. Galamsey Must Fall.
Yes, Galamsey Must
also
Fall.
trending. We understand that there's going to be a demonstration later in the afternoon. Well, a conversation on Galamsey has been in the media for a very long time. Individuals asking that the authorities do what is needful and ensure that at least the water bodies are safe, the forest reserves are protected. The mercury or the chemicals used for the Galamsey and among other things is having a toll on the birth of babies and all that. So it tells you that the conversation on that is very huge.
Yeah, and
it's trending. Galamsey Must Fall.
And if you look at most of the tweets are also saying that this whole, you know, coming out to speak about the issue that affects us shouldn't be politically motivated.
Yes.
And if you really know that your voice wasn't politically motivated, it's time for you to come out and say, you know, let's do this together. Let's go out there and speak out. But I don't know where the, you know, whole thing is happening today. Is it today or tomorrow?
It's today. What we are getting from the trend is later in the day, and we have placards like Blood Gold Grid, Say No to Galamsey, Stop Galamsey Now, among others. And you'll still be keeping our eyes on. It's likely it's going to be started at around Obra Sports.
Yeah, Obra Sports,
because that's normally, yes. So
starts at 2 p.m.
Exactly. So we're monitoring that activity and we're bringing you all the updates and some of the messages that on the Twitch that is appearing on our timelines. Last month on my way to Obuasi, Galamsey was going on in broad daylight. Lands and natural water bodies are being destroyed. Save Ghana now, President John Dramani Mahama. Another message reads, this country called Ghana shall one day have a genuine, purposefully minded leader who wouldn't compromise integrity, honesty, and self-willingness to build Ghana. The usual corruption and looting of public funds must end. So aside the Galamsey issue, they are also going to raise concerns about corruption among other things.
Yeah, and I find this one very interesting. Galamsey Must Fall. This is by Oheneba Kwesi 12. Mr. President, repel mining in forest reserves. I mean, this has been a long, issue that have been talked about the whole LI. And I feel like by now something should have been done about it.
I mean, now, why would you want to do Galamsey or mine gold in forest reserves? And it's going to take years for you to replant or plant again those trees.
Exactly.
And it's going to take years for them to grow. So why will you want to be mining in forest reserves? So we'll be keeping our eyes on this.
And still in sports, we have the Lakers that is trending. And this is for all basketball lovers. The playoffs, the NBA playoffs have started already. And some of us have been, keeping awake in the night just to watch these games because of the time differences. And unfortunately, the Lakers, sort of like the best in the world, have actually lost. They lost to the Timberwolves.
So it seems like you're excited.
No, you don't expect a game that LeBron James is playing in. Like, LeBron is like the Lakers.
Yes.
LeBron is like the best. We're talking about LeBron, for Christ's sake. And everybody's making fun of him on the TLs right now because they didn't think they were going to win. And it was a hard game for them. But yeah, it's life. Sometimes you win and sometimes
you lose. You can't win all. Sometimes you.
And congratulations to the Timberwolves and everyone that is supporting the Timberwolves. Yeah, be happy.
So we'll be bringing you a lot more on the trends, but we have a video of the day.
Yes.
And if we do, we can zoom straight into the video of the day and bring you what that video is about. It's just an interesting one that a lot of things are trending on social media, and we help you here for you to get the trends before we move into the issue of the day. We are definitely going to discuss a number of things on the show today, but the video of the day, if we do have it, we can bring it. But like you stated, let's bring you the video of the day and have a conversation around it.
Nazareta Kibunati, how you meet the shame. Come, Makana Kodo. Nazareta Kibunati, how you meet the shame. Come, Makana Kodo. Nazareta Kibunati, how you meet the shame. Come, Makana Kodo. Nazareta Kibunati, how you meet the shame. Come, Makana Kodo. Nazareta Kibunati, how you meet the shame. Come, Makana Kodo.
Lots of things are happening on our roads. Imagine you are in a vehicle, public transport, and all of a sudden they tell you that the vehicle is faulty. We don't want to go into details with what a center cable is. They tell you that the vehicle is faulty, and now the mate had to be on the bonnet or open and sit on the engine, get the bonnet open, and the vehicle is moving. Isn't that dangerous?
Well, it's dangerous, but I just realized Africa, it almost seems like we're all the same. Like the madness cuts across, it runs across, all the countries. But you know what? It also shows how innovative we are, though.
Oh, really?
Yes.
With this?
I think it's innovative.
Ideally, for this, just park the vehicle.
It is dangerous.
Get a mechanic to fix it wherever the situation happened. Pay off or get the people to take their balance. Get a new vehicle for the passengers.
You know what I think?
Move.
You know why I think it's innovative?
Why?
They at least found a way to make the car move. Like a layman cannot do that. You must have some engineering, mechanical experience. You see. But the car is moving,
It's
do you realize the car is moving?
Yeah, it is.
So if this person like this that has this knowledge uses this knowledge positively.
Did you see what the driver is doing? The driver is actually not really looking. He's gauging what the mate is doing outside. So, well, you may be late for work. Agreed. It's difficult getting public transport to where you are going. Agreed. But the danger this comes with, it's enormous, because if you do not get it resolved immediately or save your life. So what if something else had happened along when you are going to work? Because anything can happen. A brake could fail. But once the vehicle is faulty, it is faulty.
Yeah, but
Park the vehicle and get it resolved.
So it's funny. What's also funny, or let's just say ironically, the people in the car, the passengers, are not even bothered. I think they are even okay.
Because like it's been said, they are finding it difficult to get vehicle, or probably they are late for work, or they've been struggling at the bus terminal for this particular vehicle just to get in the middle of the journey, and it's faulty.
Right.
But the ideal thing is that at least it should be packed. I don't know how it is with how your bosses may take it or the agency, but another vehicle could be found and you can continue your journey. If not, then I think that it's just an interesting one on Ghana roads.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring you the Monday motivation. Let's bring you on that screen, and let's tell you what that interesting picture is. If we have it, we can put it on the screens, and so you can see it on the screens. One day, everything will blend.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
So one day, all the struggles, all the wahala, all the...
That's why he's giving you a blender.
Of course. Everything will blend.
Oh, I like that.
And if you are going to work and you are finding it difficult or you don't have money in your pocket, today is 28th of April. Your salary finished already. Yeah. One day, everything will blend. Everything will make sense one day. So that is the Monday motivation.
And if you're downcast and sad and, thinking of life, just look at your blender and then you have hope.
But if you think everything will blend and you're not working hard, it won't blend. Okay, so that's the Monday motivation we have for you. The gentleman standing there and with his blender and saying that one day everything will blend. But Chris Carter, let's move straight into some issues. We'll be opening the phone lines for you shortly, so you'll be telling us what the problem is in your community with regards to the erratic power supply. For myself, Saturday when I thought that it's rained and the weather was cool, so I'd have a very good rest. Around 8, 9, thereabout, PM, the lights went off. Thinking that, this is just a normal thing. It's going to come around because of the rain. It's going to come around 10, 11. We didn't have electricity throughout the night. It came around the next day, 10 a.m. Yes, I slept in it. Fortunately, it had rained, so it was cool. The weather was cool. You could sleep without fan or air condition. So we had to just spend the night like that. But other communities prior to my Saturday's encounter had complained that in their areas, they are not having the power at all. And even if you should have it, you're not getting it for the whole 24 hours. You could have it for 12 hours. It could go off for 12 hours. Yesterday, we spoke to the Electricity Company of Ghana on Channel 1 Newsroom, and the External Communications Officer or Manager, Ni Aiku, stated that when you have a problem in your vicinity, get to call the Electricity Company of Ghana. For all you know, they don't know of that problem because their machines cannot detect all the problems in the country. So we are giving you the opportunity this morning. Call us. Let's have a conversation on the erratic power supply in your community. I'm sure that the ECG is also paying attention to these communities that may be affected. But before that, let's bring you this report. Our colleague, Samuel Akom, visited some areas. Dansoman, the Tema area, went to Oblogo area, among others. Let's bring you this report. You understand where some of the issues are. When we come back, we speak to the authorities that be as well, and you can also give us a call and we can have conversation here.
Recently, there have been series of complaints about power outages in some areas within Accra, and these issues were re-echoed on Friday's edition of Ghana's favorite morning show, the City Breakfast Show, where some individuals called from different areas lamenting how the power outage is affecting their daily activities as well as their businesses. Well, we are currently in Dansoman here to interact with some residents as well as business owners to find out how the power outages recently have been affecting their businesses and their daily activities. Remember, Dansoman wouldn't be the only location. We'll be visiting some other areas as well to ascertain whether or not, first of all, they've been experiencing power outages, and if they are experiencing, how it is affecting their daily activities.
Power cuts not only disrupt daily activities, but also paralyze the operations of business owners. To assess the impact of power cuts, the first stop was Dansoman New Road.
We are currently at Dansoman New Road. We are going to engage a business owner right here to find out how the power outage recently has been affecting her business. Hello, madam. Greetings. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Right. How is the power outage affecting your business?
Not easy at all. Was it 3 days ago? It went off like 6 p.m. and then came like 2 a.m. Sometimes the whole day. Then your drinks, everything's are in the fridge. Sometimes, with our drinks, it gets flat. So sometimes it's worrying us.
Desmond Enchi, a suit designer in Dansoman, expresses frustration over how recent power cuts have adversely affected his work.
It affects us a lot because recently we had power outages, I think about 3 consecutive days.
Back to back?
Yes. Around Dansoman, Ablikuma, and then the surroundings. And it really affects because imagine you promise someone, you give someone a deadline, and then there's light out. The person wouldn't know there's light out because Ghanaian tailors, they describe us as we don't meet our targets.
Still within Dansoman, how many more businesses will these power outages and reports of power outages affect?
Kweku White, the organizer, confirmed the recent power cuts in his area and described how they have impacted his income and livelihood.
At times, light off. At times, no, light off. I want to mean, once a year, the light in a year, Juma. Until your light off, then I want to mean, at times, over coffee, cry, no, could be an out of coffee.
From Dansoman, Channel 1 News proceeded to Tema Community 3, where residents echoed similar concerns about power cuts.
Actually, from what I've experienced, is quite bad. Yes, because most of the time when the lights are out, I'm at work. Okay, but the time I was here, I was in the house around on Thursday and Friday. I wasn't able to go to work, and we had light out.
It appears that power cuts not only affect businesses, but also pose a security threat to residents. A view shared by Jones Annan.
It's been rampant for the past, I should say, about 3 weeks. It goes off anytime and comes back. I think even this morning we've experienced it. It just came back about 30 minutes ago. And so for this area, I would say it's been going off and on. Yeah, without any notice. Once you come back from work and by the time you get in, the whole place is in total darkness. Especially for this area, because we park our cars outside. We normally have been experiencing battery theft from our cars.
Some residents also highlighted the health risks caused by recent power cuts, specifically noting that the outages have led to their children developing skin conditions.
As I'm talking to you now, they're not even wearing clothes in the house because of the heat. The weather becomes very hot to the extent that you see some rashes. Sometimes you see some balls on them, then stuff, and it's not easy. The light goes off. Let me say for yesterday, for instance, it went off around 12 in the afternoon, and then came somewhere to around 3 to 4. It went off again. And as I'm talking to you now, I bought some fish from the market. That was 3 days ago. This morning I realized all was fault.
Nice. You've lost it.
Yeah.
The next location was Lakeside, where Washing Bay workers joined in voicing their frustrations over the recent power cuts.
Light off.
Washing Bay, how am I doing?
So light one idea, Jumani and Senya Queens.
So now, when I'm using
use my light until I light in white in Juma.
Sometimes you will be eager to watch car, but the lights will go off. You will not able to work again. The whole of the day, even though take time, you will not get one stuff to eat.
In Ogbojo, saloon owners, residents and students also raised concerns.
At Ogbojo, they always offer a light. Even today, we are not having light.
As I speak to you?
Yes.
Wow. How does it affect you?
It affects us a lot, especially those who normally have the provision store, that have cold store, and then salons. It affects us a lot.
Sometimes the cost to ha. Ebi a uye obi tuna nipa ni share dry obe ho ana o ma fa license. Ebi a jise nipa no di niti na yere akofie san. Nti e ha pa e wo Ogbojo ha.
It's actually bad. Nowadays they've been giving us light hours a lot. Yeah.
A lot?
Yes.
A lot is how many times, or how does it happen?
Normally they give us light out in the evening and then give it back maybe the following morning.
Wow, evening until morning or afternoon?
Yes.
Wow. How disturbing is that for you as a resident here?
Oh, it says because I'm a student, yes, and then I need it to study. So yes, it's really disturbing.
The final stop was Ajengano, where residents described the situation as particularly dire.
Enya kura abla yeti o man mu aya ye nyina ye o mamba yetimi tena o man ni yetimi dum light abla ye obi amanka ye woda najo wa na edum no se de na si ho na yaso na wo beso na wo figya sei enti sade we tena o man ye yi abla ye wo mpanimfo o man mu
ade ba kokora ese twa ma wo kora na ye low current no se ye num light na
here at Channel 1 TV. And now here at Channel 1 TV. And now this is actually a very disturbing issue. And I'm wondering right now, but I mean, before we open the phone lines for people to call in, I just want to ask you, between water and electricity, which would you rather have gone?
This is a tough question. Water, electricity, water. I think I would have electricity go, and I would have to keep water because I can still do without electricity. For instance, you want to iron. In the olden days, you would iron with box iron, and
with a charcoal.
Yeah, charcoal. And you could actually also cook with charcoal.
Yeah.
Sometimes, because there's electricity, people do electric stove and all that. You could also, you could do a number of things without electricity. But for water, you can't stay without water.
Right,
Water is constant. But from the Electricity Company of Ghana, yesterday when we spoke to them, the general manager for the external communications at the Electricity Company of Ghana, Charles Ni Aiku, he has assured customers that the company remains committed to delivering reliable and safe power despite facing challenges with some of its equipment. Speaking in an interview on Channel 1 Newsroom on Sunday, that is yesterday, Mr. Ni Aiku acknowledged that not all of ECG's systems are currently operating at its optimal levels. He emphasized that while certain systems may be underperforming, ECG remains focused on maintaining service delivery. Fast forward, they also, the ECG is also asking that if you have issues in your vicinity, like we stated earlier, let them know so that they will be able to come faster. And
so one thing I'll actually say about the ECG is I think they are very active when it comes to the phone calls and acting.
Yeah.
That I would give it to them. I would give it to them because I've been in other countries where you call, services like this and nothing happens.
Okay.
It's like a joke. But ECG actually listens. Anytime I call, they actually listen. And yes, and the fact that he said that their machine doesn't even let them know where doesn't alert them. Doesn't alert them about all the faults. I think it's true because they always, when you call, they always ask questions: where, when did it happen, how many houses, can you go out and check to see if everybody has light? Do you understand?
Yeah.
And they are very precise with their questions. But the only problem I have sometimes is just one line that we are calling. So imagine, like, everyone in the area calling them. Do you understand?
It makes
it's just one number.
Very, very difficult.
It's just one number. So sometimes when the light goes up, it's jammed.
Yeah.
You can never get them because of the busy tone. And that's because everyone is frustrated. So I wish there could be more numbers and not just the 0302611611.
Oh, you have a contact of them. That's good.
I have them on speed dial.
Let's give you the platform so that you have a conversation with us. 0302 784 969. 0302 784 969. Give us a call. Let's know the community where you are, what the power situation there is like. ECG is also going to pay attention to this particular problem and will come to your area. We don't know whether it's a localized problem for you because per the ECG's comment also, it may be a localized problem because sometimes when it rains, you tend to have some of the transformers not functioning properly or broken down, electric poles, among other things. So the ECG would have to come to the area and also get the issue resolved. But the reports are compiled. You could tell that it's really biting hard. Yes. From the tailor to the hairdresser to the welder to the washing bay operator.
To the parent.
It's biting hard.
Yeah.
So if the issue is not resolved immediately, it's going to be another big problem. But we also don't know whether it's because of the population. We keep increasing by number, and they would have to be giving out a lot more power, like the way the Ghana Water Company is not able to distribute enough water into communities.
Yeah, and that's a factor that we really do not talk about. Everybody is always, trying to fight these institutions, but we forget that probably the population might just be another factor affecting, the service and how it used to be. Obviously, some years ago, we didn't see these things happening. Some years ago, when the rain fell, we still had light.
Well, let's go on the phone lines and have a first caller. Ali, good morning. Ali has left. We'll just pray that he joins again so that we're going to have a conversation on that. Like we giving you the platform, you can call 0302 784-969. So we have a conversation with you on the power situation in your community so that the Electricity Company of Ghana will know what really is happening in your vicinity and what they can do about the situation immediately. We understand that the problem is in the Greater Accra region. We don't know whether it's a nationwide problem because not long ago we had concerns from the Volta region where people were also complaining.
All right. So we actually have another caller on the line, OPK. Hello, OPK.
Yes, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. You are welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Calling from STC.
You're calling from STC?
New Wager, STC.
All right, New Wager, STC. How is everyone in New Wager?
We are doing well.
All right, thank you.
Very well, including the STC Giza Cricket Club.
All right. Thank you so much. And let's get straight into the conversation. So what is your situation like when it comes to the issue of power?
I can say that the Doomsaw is back because it is erratic. You understand? We are not like it, so anytime there is light off and it has to go beyond 24 hours, I have to find a place. I have to rent a hotel and all of that.
Wow.
I mean, previously we were enjoying some power. I'm not doing politics, but when this new government came, it's like all the time there is power outing. And it's quite disturbing. You see, the politician is enjoying and enriching themselves, etc. What the ordinary citizen needs is water, electricity, social amenities, just some possible things. They should just provide for us and they can take all the money they want. You understand? We don't care about them. They should serve the nation. They should serve the citizens. We need good roads. We need electricity. We need water. This is all that we are asking for. We're not asking for that much. You understand? But people come into power and within some few months, they permit themselves living the ordinary voter. You understand? This is what we do. So I was not even happy when you talked about electricity and water. Which one? No, we should have access to all of them.
Right.
Yes, as citizens. This is my contribution.
All right. Thank you so much, OBJ. Thank you so much. It was really nice having you on the show with us.
So he doesn't even want you to even talk about the comparison.
Yeah, he just wants you to everything.
Say both. We should have water and electricity. And in that area, the Wager constituency, Jerry Ahmed Shaib, he complained about they not having power for a very long time, and he doesn't know whether.
When he says a very long time, what does he mean? A very long time.
So they could
now,
go without.
Or a very
recently
long time?
He issued a statement recently, and he says that his constituents, most parts in his constituency, could go without power for 3 to 4 days, and they do not have electricity. And I'm sure he said he was going to have a conversation with the energy minister. We are yet to find out from that. Samuel from Teshi, good morning.
Well, good morning.
Samuel, what is the situation in Teshi?
So our light went off on somewhere Friday evening, and it came back on Saturday evening around 6 p.m. and it went off again. So even due to that, I couldn't even go to church because I was unable to iron my shirt.
Oh. Have you communicated to the ECG on that?
Yes. When I called them, they didn't pick it. And now the light is still off. My problem is I'm traveling today, and I don't know whether to on my fridge or not because I'm trying to come back next 5 days.
Wow.
So is that bad? No communication. No, we don't know anything.
Is that what has been happening often, or is just a one-off thing?
It doesn't happen often, but I don't know nowadays. I don't know.
Okay, Samuel.
Yeah, that's what we are experiencing now, and it's very, very bad. I don't know, but the first caller made a point that the change of government and this thing is happening. I don't know because before MPP left, the light was on. But seriously, I don't understand. I don't understand why.
So that's my point.
Well, Samuel, thank you so much for your time. Samuel called us from Techi, and he is saying that his light went off Friday.
Yeah.
Came back Saturday, and not long went off again, and he's not gotten light to we speak now in Techi. I'm sure that the ECG is taking note of these places so that they can attend to them. And he said that he wasn't able to go to church yesterday because he couldn't have electricity to also iron his attire. So I tell you what, it's a big problem that is happening in most communities. And if the ECG would have to communicate something to us, what most people are asking for is just let us know whether it's will go off or not.
Yeah.
I'm sure that what the external communications manager stated, they wouldn't be able to give you the exact period or time something is going to go off, because if it's some of them are localized fault, that means if a problem should happen in the community, they wouldn't really know. So we are just so asking you to call so that you can tell the ECG that your problem.
So we actually have George from Bimbilla on the line. Hi, George. We lost him.
Yeah.
We lost him. George, if you can hear us, if you're watching us, please call us back and let's get talking to know what's happening in Bimbilla. Right.
So I just want to know if it's a nationwide thing.
No,
and,
that's why I needed to speak to George.
from
Yeah,
Bimbilla.
you know.
So we just want to know if it's a nationwide thing and if other places, because you know for the Ashanti, Volta and Greater Accra region has been established. In the Ashanti region, for instance, not long ago we saw the Energy Minister go there, John Jenapo go to that area. We have Henry on the line. Henry, good morning.
Good morning.
And where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Techi. I'm Henry.
Come again? You're calling from where?
Techi. I'm Henry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I think that my contribution is centered on both of the social amenities that has to do with the light and the water. For the water situation, it is terrible. I'm not attributing it to this government alone. It has been there for some time now. And I think that it's high time they work on it. For the light, it's west. It's west. Unannounced, they'll put it off for how many hours it will come and to go back again. I see someone is there and just playing with the plugs. And that's unfortunate. If there's any challenge with the local transformers or with the local, lines, they should let us know. They should let us know. Or if there's any challenge with regards to whatever they call it, the fuel or money, financial issue, they should let the citizens know so that we will now adjust ourselves to the new fund situation. If not, and they put it off at any time they want, more or less like you don't respect us. Don't respect us. So first, I think that with the water situation, the Ghana Water Company has to really look at this. Because not my side alone. From Manet out to man, it is terrible. Sometimes once in a day it comes. The whole of the week. Sometimes the whole of the month, you don't even get water. So please, you should look at it for us. Thank you.
Wow.
Right.
It looks like Techi has a big problem.
Yeah, and you see, my problem is everybody seems to be saying the same thing in regards to the communication of these agencies. If there's a problem, be open with the people so people can actually understand, people can plan, people can, find ways to live with the situation. If you put people in the dark or in limbo, the complaints are just going to continue. Do you understand?
Because if they get to know, then they get to prepare or plan their day-to-day activities. But you can still join us at 0302 784 969 0302 784 964. Let's go to Takrady.
Yeah, so we actually have Okran from Takrady joining us on the line. Hi, Okran. How are you? All right, can you tell us what the situation is like in Takrady?
Yeah, because issues now
Yes, Memokono, Ghanaians, we are part of it.
Oh.
Okay, so that is Okran. Thank you. Okran was trying to speak fancy with us. He's saying that we can't attribute it to a government because it's something that is happening for a very long time. He's trying to speak, is speaking fancy.
Yeah.
But like he's calling from the Western region,
Yeah.
it looks like it's a very widespread issue, and we want to find out from you where your problem is in the community, talking of the erratic power supply.
Well, I
and
like
for
what
how
he
long
said.
have you been facing
Yeah,
that?
I actually like what he said about not politicizing the whole thing.
Mm.
There's a problem. There's a problem.
It shouldn't be politicized.
It was happening before. Wasn't it happening before?
But
The time when people were asking for schedules and timetables, and they said there was no doom so. Didn't it happen? And it's like happening again. It's not new. Anyway, we have Eric joining us. Hi, Eric.
Hello, madam.
Hi, where are you calling from?
Please, I'm from Western region. What's the microphone?
Okay, so tell us, what's the situation with the power in the Western region?
Please, madam, the power is very, very, very low.
Okay.
But all the situation is that it's not anything basically people use like politics to solve problems. Our hope is that people are using the electricity anyhow. Maybe you are in the house, you are not using electrical gadgets. You switch on your fan, you switch on socket without using. And alongside you can imagine people will get on street lights on the daytime. All is about current you are using. So I hope the government will do his part and lead the citizens who know how to use our electricity.
Right.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that contribution and suggestion.
Wow.
Thank you.
He's also talking about consumption.
Consumption.
And how we use it. Like the other
Yes.
time you were also talking about we
Water.
should manage our water consumption. So he is also talking about the fact that the government will do its best, but you also have to do your best by ensure that you use electricity wisely. There was a time when the conversation on the usage of electricity wisely was up, like it went viral, and we even had energy saving bulbs and all that, energy saving gadgets and equipment so that we could use in our homes and all that. What has happened to that? Because if we are consuming a lot more and the generation is not that much, we're definitely going to get problem. And sometimes they will take some in a community like Teshi and give to an area like maybe Cantonment. So though the ministry or the government hasn't stated categorically that there is a load shedding, it looks like Ghanaians are saying that, well, there is load shedding and government must do something about it. But the last caller made mention of something important, that we must manage the consumption well. So you can also join us, and yes, let's know what is happening in your area.
All right. Morris from Botiano is joining us. Hi, Morris.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. You are welcome to Breakfast Daily. So tell us, what's the situation in your area when it comes to the electricity problems?
I don't know if maybe there's any other way to use more than terrible.
Terrible. Okay.
You know, I think if there should be anything at all, they should, you are asking us to buy prepaid. The prepaid is fixed on the, and here lies the case, we can't even have access to electricity. Every single moment within our area, electricity go off as and when. The slightest wind that blows, the place goes blackout. Last week, down to yesterday, it was an eyesore. And look at the weather now. The heat is all over. Even though sometimes we experience some of these rains, the heat is all over. And yet, so we can't get a sustainable electricity even to sleep. This is an eyesore. I don't know what could be done. But I'm happy we are discussing this on the platform. Maybe they should come and tell us something. Not to politicize it, but they should come and tell us the reality on the ground. Aside this missing container, whatever that it is, they should come and tell us what exactly is going on. For us to also know. Because this is becoming one or too many. Thank you.
Thank you.
From Botiano.
Yes. He's
Wow.
peeved. You can
Yeah,
feel it in his
yes.
voice.
I actually wanted to ask him whether they've reported this to the Electricity Company of Ghana before he left, because the ECG is saying that if you are having an issue in your area, you should report. But the question also is, for how long will people keep reporting? And if you, the ECG, is able to at least monitor few of these things, they would be able to. They have a maintenance unit, a monitoring unit that could go around and inspect these things and get the issues resolved. But from what the last caller also said from Botiano, he like they've had enough.
Yes.
They've had enough.
And when you actually listen to the last caller, what actually, I don't know. The only thing I was thinking about is a sustainable system of managing this whole problem. If things are old, then it should be fixed. Don't let it wait till it's all messed up.
Let's bring you Isaac from Olebu Ablekmo Olebu. Let's also understand what he has for us. Good morning, sir. And what exactly is the issue in the area?
Yeah, I'm very disappointed about Ghana Water Company, Electricity Company of Ghana. Can you imagine that this is the capital city of Ghana, and we are living in the capital of the country? There is no access to water. We drink from borehole, and the power outage is very disappointing. Elsewhere in Western countries, we don't experience power outage without information. But here be the case, they give us excuse deliberately. It's because the transformer ABC and are they not aware of the problem? So I think the Minister of Energy to sit up. We need to sit up, please. Thank you very much.
So with this area you are talking about, the Olebu area, has the ECG been there? Have you communicated to them?
No, please, my brother. They have not been there. No official communication. Before I realized the light was off.
So for how long have you been sleeping in light out?
Since Saturday. It's this morning around 6 a.m. before the light came, my brother.
All right, but sir, did you try to call them?
Please, thank you so much. It's very disheartening that you call them, no one pick. But people have been paid for the study. No, they have been paid, but there's no response to our response.
Right.
And this is disheartening. So I think the watchman has to do their work well. The Minister of Energy has to do his work well. If people have been paid without any work done, please, sir.
Wow.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, and you could tell the frustration in their voices, how bad this is affecting.
It is heartbreaking.
It
is heartbreaking, especially knowing that people are paid to answer calls, and then you call them, they never pick.
But Chris, sometimes you would answer a lot of calls, and you feel like, Charlie, the same old thing people are saying, and the person wouldn't want to be. I'm not holding brief for the individual in charge of picking up the calls, but sometimes it can get overwhelming that you've picked the number of calls and you really want to pick any more calls, but you have to go to other communities and be resolving the issues. I don't know the staff strength of the Electricity Company of Ghana, whether their monitoring or their maintenance unit have that many individuals that can go around and be resolving issues. I don't know what their resources are, but from what the external communications manager noted, he says that they have some challenges, which they admit they do, but as to working around those challenges, I don't know how soon that is going to work.
Challenges, but people are crying.
Yeah.
So somebody needs to sit up.
So make sure that you just join us with with your place and where the issue is happening to you at, and so that we can have a conversation on that. We are bringing you reactions from the general public so that the Electricity Company of Ghana can be aware of the erratic power situation in the country. Over the weekend, our colleague went around some areas to bring us some of the areas that are affected. We have Manasseh on the line. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Katasinanka, number 1.
What is the situation there?
Oh, okay. I could see you are discussing about what is going on, and it's a general thing. Sometimes we get light out without no reason, and at least in a few minutes time it comes and they off it again. They end up sometimes calling our gadget. I don't know know why it's happening like that. It is like they are taking us for jokes in this country. I don't know. So I don't know what is going on, sir.
For how long have you stayed without power in your area, Kakasunanka?
Or sometimes, let's say sometimes we stay like 24 hours without light.
The Electricity Company of Ghana said it's a localized fault sometimes. Have you communicated to them, and have they told you what really the issue is with your area specifically?
No, for that I don't communicate with them because I don't know. Sometimes if they want to take water, they give us information, but this one is out of information. Just think, then it goes off. More time, then it comes. More time, they off it. I don't know. That's what we are experiencing here also.
Well, thank you so much for your time. And he's calling from Kakasunanka. He's saying that, well, the issue has been there for some time. For 24 hours, they can go without power, and that is very alarming. Something that he stated is that if the Ghana Water Company wants to, there's going to be cut or supply in water supply, there's going to be shortage of water supply, the Ghana Water Company communicates to them. But when it comes to the Electricity Company of Ghana, there is no communication from their end. And I think that's what a lot of people are also asking for. That communicate to us. But I don't know what the Electricity Company of Ghana is also facing. It's issue with that one. So
but it's like no matter what you're facing, what stops you from saying, sorry, this is the problem?
Well, the external communications officer, like I'm Stacey, apologized yesterday, but we don't know whether that one will suffice.
Right.
Vincent from Ashaiman. Good morning.
Please, the situation in our area is very bad in water situation. The water problem is very bad in our area.
Right.
For Ashaiman, you are facing water problem. What of electricity?
The electricity too is.
Hello, Vincent.
Right. You know, we are talking about electricity, but you see how the issue of water keeps popping up? Because, I mean, this has been going on for too long.
Yeah.
And it really needs to stop. It really needs to be solved. Because at this point in time, it's like we are almost getting to a point that if nothing is done about it, we will end up not having water at all. Because everybody's complaining, like the whole water situation is just too bad.
Yes, with the water situation for that one, I can say for a fact that we've dealt with it extensively, where we got to know that there were some issues with the pumps of the Ghana Water Company Limited, and Galamsey is also having a store and all that. Yes.
Right. Anyway, Anita from Katamanso is joining us. Hi, Anita.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. You are welcome to Breakfast Daily. So what's your situation like right now when it comes to the electricity problems that we are discussing?
Actually, in Katamanso, we don't have water for more than 1 year now.
Yeah.
And then we've been buying water from suppliers. And it used to be 60 cedis. Now they are saying because there is no water in the area, they go far away to get it. So from 60, they have increased it to 100 cedis. So imagine if you have a family, within a week it gets finished.
Right.
So we spend more than 400 cedis on only water. And then at the end of the month too, they also bring us bills, and we don't understand.
Right. So what about the electricity situation? Is it better there?
Yeah, no, that one is another problem. We don't have. We also have problem with electricity too.
Okay, so when was the last time your light went off?
I think yesterday. It went out twice and came.
Right. And have you tried calling ECG when it happens?
When you call them, I know somebody who works over there. When you call them, they said, well, they will come, but we don't see anything.
They never come.
More than 1 year now, we don't have water, especially water. That's my problem.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay, so that is our last caller for you, but we'll still be engaging you more, so make sure that you are on standby to give us a call and tell us what is happening in your area. We have the Public Relations Officer for the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Isaac Ejay. Good morning, sir. Hello, sir. Good morning. Well, you still get him back online and have a conversation with him on what is happening in and around the country when it comes to the erratic power supply. Some people call and they state their water situation, which is very present. Hello, sir. Good morning. The Public Relations Officer for the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Isaac Ejay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Nick.
I trust you are doing well.
I'm fine. Yourself?
I'm doing great. Has the ministry received information on the recent erratic power supply? And is this peculiar to some specific regions, or is it a nationwide problem? Hello, Isaac?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I was asking if the ministry is aware of the erratic power supply faced by a number of Ghanaians. Is this peculiar to some regions, or is it a nationwide problem?
Yes. Good morning once again, and thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, it has come to the attention of the ministry that the public have been experiencing some erratic power supply within the communities. I wouldn't say it's a nationwide problem. It's an isolated issue that have been dealt with.
So with this issue, if you say they are being dealt with, I would want to just go into it. What is the ministry doing about it when it comes to ensuring that the issue is resolved together with the agencies, say Gridco, Electricity Company of Ghana, and other agencies?
Yeah, it's good you brought up this issue. When you look at the power value chain, it starts from VRA through Gridco, then ACG. The other IPPs is also involved. NEDCO is involved as well. So along the line, every agency or every entity has a role to play to ensure a stable power supply. And that's what I meant by the issues have been reported and is being dealt with at the ministerial level. So what it means is that be it VRA, Gridco, ACG, NEDCO, or the IPPs, issues that has to do with the individual entities are being taken seriously, and we are resolving them to ensure that we are able to provide uninterrupted power supply.
Just recently, there was a communication or received some sort of news from the Ashanti region where they complained about erratic power supply in the area that is affecting them. The Volta region as well, low current or low voltage was also the pressing issue. Taking these two regions and the Greater Accra region, have you received information from other parts of the region as well, other parts of the country?
Oh, apart from Ashanti, Greater Accra, and Volta, I just spoke about, I could talk of the northern region, which recently the Honorable Minister visited. I said these are isolated issues that have been dealt with. For instance, in the Ashanti region, when it had to do with transferring the power from an old system to a new one that caused the power outages, and at a point, some people were also stealing ECG cables. So if you remember, somebody even got electrocuted as a result of trying to steal. So these are some of the things that we are trying to avoid to ensure that we provide uninterrupted power supply. But apart from these regions, there has been, certainly when it has to do with power supply, intermittently you may have some issues with transmission. Transmission lines may be faulty, power may trip here and there, which the engineers are always on the move to have it fixed. Apart from that, there hasn't been any challenge, because as far as we are concerned, we don't have challenges with generation. So we have enough capacity to power our plants, except that when it has to do with electricity, you may have one issues or the other with the infrastructure.
All right. So my question is, so who is in charge of, communicating to the public about these issues? Don't you think they are actually accountable to we, the public, especially for the fact that we are paying for a service and expecting a service?
Yeah, I agree with you that we are supposed to communicate to the public whenever there's issue. And if we have monitored the waves recently, ECG has been very consistent in providing information, especially when it has to do with planned maintenance. But when it has to do with an emergency, that's where the issues are. But that notwithstanding, every now and then, messages are being put out there to inform the public. If it has to do with both ECG and BRICO, you will see a joint statement from the two institutions. But when it has to do with only BRICO or ECG alone on their individual lines, then they issue it individually. So, in as much as I agree that we have to do more, we cannot say that we are not doing it at all. Consistently, they are doing it. When you monitor the online portals, etc., it's being done and done well.
All right. So talking about the isolated cases, obviously, it seems like it's being worked on. Are there any timelines to, when everything will be sorted? Say 6 months, say a year, or 3 or 1 month?
Since it is an ongoing process, you would agree with me that if ECG is very effective and working to ensure and provide better services, it inures to the benefit of the nation, not the ECG as an entity, but the entire population.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do our best to ensure that we resolve the issues related to the power outages. Given timelines, I think that since we are working on it, trying to fix it. If it is something ought to be fixed today, it has to be fixed today. If it is a process that we have to go through and ensure that it is done, we'll go through that process, go it quickly to have it fixed.
Well, Isaac, people are of the view that Dumsor is back. Is it that? What will you say about this? Is it that Dumsor is back, or load shedding exercise is being embarked on?
I want to say this without equivocation, that there's no Dumsor. There's nothing like Dumsor, and Dumsor is not back. Like I said, there has been isolated cases. I stay in Accra. I stay at Medina Reco Flats. I can tell you, I don't remember the last time I slept in darkness. What it means is that the cables there tripping or is not faulty. If the cable is faulty, certainly it has to be worked on. Recently at Cocoa Beach, there was a problem there. So parts of Nungwa were off, others were in the light. It tells you that there's nothing like Dumsor. There's a problem that has to be fixed, which is it has nothing to do with the generation, but it has to do with the system that ought to be worked on. You can't term that one as Dumsor. That one has to differ.
Per what you have received and the regions in this country, which of the regions is having is most affected, or when it comes to the impact is most felt?
Oh, in fact, I've not done the analysis, so I'll not be able to provide details on that. But I think that regardless of the quantum of issues related to whatever region that you want to refer to, the most important thing is being attended to and ensure that we provide services that Ghanaians need.
In the interim, as Ghanaians are suffering or they are complaining about the erratic power supply, what is the ministry doing immediately to resolve the situation? Is that you're having some engagement, you're having some meetings with the various stakeholders?
It might interest you to note that there has been consistent stakeholder engagement at the ministerial level. Every now and then, the Honorable Minister and his team is meeting the agency heads to ensure that we provide effective and efficient services to the Ghanaian public. So that meeting has been ongoing, and it's not because of the recent reported cases. It's something that he is ensured that it is done and done frequently, not to provide the services that we all need. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it inures to our benefit as a nation if we have a stable power supply.
Right. So do you think investment in green energy or more investment in green energy would actually help curb some of these problems that we are facing right now?
Yes, I agree with you, and I do think that it's time that we invest heavily in our green transition initiative. And I believe if you have monitored Minister John Janabo since his assumption of office, he has spoken extensively about it. And when it comes to the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, the renewable office used to be, it's been transitioned into a directorate where more focus and attention will be given to it to, as it were, provide guidelines for the nation towards green transition agenda. So I think that is something that we are working on extensively, and hopefully, for the targets that we've set up for ourselves, we should be able to achieve the landmark targets in it.
Right.
Per your conversation with stakeholders, VRA, GIDCO, ECG, and the supply chain, has this conversation come out with how Ghanaians are consuming electricity when it comes to whether we are supposed to conserve it or use it wisely? Has that conversation come up?
I didn't get your question well, if you could repeat.
So I'm talking about we managing or using electricity wisely as Ghanaians.
Okay.
With the supply chain, VRA, GRIDCO, ECG, with the ministerial level, having conversation with them, has that conversation come up?
Yes, it has. And I think that when it comes to managing electricity, it is all of us our responsibility. It is not only the stakeholders, every individual involved. You, myself, and everyone. So when you conserve energy, it helps us. Number one, we pay less for what we consume. Now, number two, it protects all of us. But if, for instance, those of us in government agencies, you are living in the office, your air conditioning is on, you are not conserving energy, and it affects all of us. So whether economically or anything, I think that energy conservation should be part and parcel of every single Ghanaian.
Right.
Okay, Isaac, before you go, you have the platform to speak to Ghanaians. Are you assuring them that they will face or they will have some respite or some remedy is on its way coming, or they will heave sigh of relief in the coming days?
Yes, before I go, I want to assure Ghanaians that as Ministry of Energy and Green Transition will do our utmost best to provide the services that Ghanaians require. I think that we are going through few challenges, but this is not beyond us. We'll do our best to ensure that we rectify the situation and provide the services that Ghanaians need to fulfill the nation's economic gains.
Isaac Ejay Kwache, thank you so much for your time. Isaac is the Public Relations Officer for the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. He has made it clear that, and the fact that he said Dumsor is not back. Ghanaians are saying that Dumsor is back. We don't know whether to take the government's word for it or take Ghanaians' word for it. But the bottom line of what he stated is that from the government level, they are doing all they can to ensure that this issue is resolved. Whether it's localized fault, it has to do with the faulty systems that they have, or whatever the situation is, it has to be resolved so that people can easily sleep in their rooms and have comfortable lives. Businesses can go on well, among other things.
Right. And I also think that the people in charge, in fact, everyone, all the stakeholders, apart from us though, they need to be a bit innovative when it comes to things. Quick one, I have said it on this show before, that, okay, if they're not thinking green, maybe they should think solar, maybe they should think the wind. You know, like when you go to, you know, countries, you know, in Europe, some of them are still are using the wind.
Yeah.
Some are using solar, and some have also found like decentralized systems. So I think we are just dependent on one system, and if we keep doing that, obviously it seems like there's no even effort to maintain what we have. Everything is going to come crumbling someday if they don't find different ways to generate electricity. I think we've gotten to that point. It's 2025 for Christ's sake.
We have the sun, we have wind.
People took scholarships to go to scholarships to go to school and study abroad. They should come back. They should come and do the things that they learned. You understand? It's not about taking the scholarships and just go and not come back again and things.
So at least we have to engage in other things that can also generate power. If not, like you're stating, it's going to come back to us and we are going to face that struggle.
Because when you even listen to him, all these isolated cable and that, all these are maintenance problems. We have a bad maintenance culture as Africans. We know that. Things always go to the extreme until it blows up. Then we know, the transformer has blown, we need to fix it. In Ghana, it's not even yet blowing. Have you seen Nigeria? How it blows every minute? Let the rain just start. It's to blow.
It will blow.
Transformer don't blow.
That's what you hear. Nigeria, they call it NEPA, right?
Yes, NEPA.
Yeah, NEPA.
Do you understand? So like we don't need to get to that point where everything starts blowing up. It's either we find different ways of generating energy, or we up our maintenance game and find sustainable ways to deal with everything. Like you said, like the caller said, when they call, sometimes they don't pick up, sometimes they can't come. Yes, they have a problem. They need to fix the internal problems too. All those are sustainable ways in managing the whole system. And communicate to us. That's the only thing we ask for. If you communicate to me, I'll know that, okay, today I'm not going to buy the fish that I wanted to buy for it to spoil.
Well, from what the PRO said, he said that the communication bit may be a bit of a challenge because if they are going to do planned maintenance, that we can communicate to the general public that maybe Accra East to go off or Accra West to go off or a particular area will go off. But if it has to do with a localized fault, that they wouldn't be able to tell the general public. You understand? So I think that per what they are saying, maybe Ghanaians should be also involved and gets to inform the Electricity Company of Ghana every now and then. But like what Chris also said, or a caller also made mention of, you can call and call and call and call, and nobody is going to listen to you.
For me, I always advise people to call. I said I have them on speed dial. If you press 1 on my phone, it's ECG. 0302611611. Call them.
So you would be able to call them and at least you will engage them and let them know what really the issue is in that particular community. But the PR has given an assurance that from the ministerial level, they are working assiduously to ensure that the issue is resolved. He has stated that there is no doomsday.
And you know what I find interesting? When you say, okay, this is what has been happening around, in some places in the country. Oh, okay, we also heard. Like, you don't live in Ghana?
Well, he says he lives in Ghana. He says
like, you don't live in Ghana?
You heard? Redco Flats.
You heard?
For some time, he hasn't had lights out for a very long time.
No, but you're not like, don't you have friends?
Maybe friends, we have communication.
We are also hearing that. Wow. Like, you don't live in this part of Ghana.
So, that is it. The public relations officer for the Energy Ministry, Isaac J. Kwachi, has stated the government's view on that. We've also given you the platform to talk about that particular information that has to do with the erratic power supply. Chris?
Yeah, we actually have some messages. It's a terrible one, the heat, Charlie, my brother.
And I tell you, if you are staying without power in the evening and the weather is hot, it makes it very terrible for you to sleep. But like we've stated here, let's keep engaging the ministry. Let's keep engaging the Electricity Company of Ghana. They have stated that if you have issue, communicate to them.
Right.
And Chris is saying that keep calling.
Yeah, and also let's learn to also preserve energy.
Very important.
Let's learn to preserve energy.
That is very important because if you are in a house, you are not using the AC. You are moving out. The AC is on. The TV is on. Lights are on. It's daytime. The lights can be off because the more we conserve or we save, the more we can get more to use another time. But if we are not, definitely we are going to have issues. A message coming through says that I remember having to throw away my stew last weekend, and they should speak to us. So people are having their fish get spoiled in their fridges. Their stews get spoiled. They are having their soup that maybe you've taken over 500 Ghana cedis to prepare, and it goes wasted because you don't have electricity to preserve or to ensure that that particular soup is safe in the fridge.
Right. Anyway, I guess that's what we have for this.
That's it.
But let's take a quick break, and when we come back, Breakfast Daily will be back with more.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Bawku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
We're doing something quite interesting. We're making red eba with fried turkey and sauteed or stir-fried vegetables.
Put that on fire. What's cooking? Wow. Taki is cooking. Taki! Yeah. Oh, wow. This will be delicious when cooked. Hello?
So this is what you do now?
No. I had early signals.
Your GPS is not working.
No, I had early signals.
Which early signal?
And to avoid the rain, I have to come early.
Which rain?
It's about to rain.
Ghana met you.
Yes.
Red eba is just your regular normal eba, but this time around it's stewed.
All right, Chef Orel. So I was just letting you do your thing with the stir fry.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch you cook. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's been cooked. It's been cooked.
Where is this hat from?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Tell me why you're crying, no can you big deal? Yeah. When you give me something I don't really feel, but you know that already. When I found you on the ground, you were dying. Now you're coming to my yard uninvited. Can't you see me at the edge? I'm a lighter. If the war was ending, would you cry or would you try to get me? Tell me now, I want you to be clear, yeah. Tell me now, I need you to be clear, yeah. I will wait for you, for you. I will wait for you. I will wait for you. Wait for you, for you. I will wait for you. I will wait for you. Yeah. Ooh, Tell me, boy, can you break it down for me? How you fall in love, treating me this way, as though I don't matter. So why you calling me with acting like you care for me? I don't care what you have to say. Boy, don't test me, don't play no games. You lay down by my side, you know they pay me mind. I feel it in my heart, in my soul. A deep scar me, be it's not meant to be. You just got the right my pain. Oh, is it not meant to be? The things way I did see you do for me. Was it all just pretend, or all just in my head? How'd you find a way to make me lose? I'm the one to blame. The one isn't not meant to be. The things where I didn't see you do for me. Was it all just pretend or all just in my head? How'd you find a way to make me lose control? Oh, wow. 'Cause it's all in my head, all in my, 'cause it's all in my head, 'cause it's all in my head, all in my, 'cause it's all in my head, yeah. 'Cause it's all in my head. Ooh. 'Cause it's all in my head. Yeah, you got my mind spinning. Wonder if you want me or you don't. You know you got me immersed in you, feeling like I'm lost in a haze. Yet I can't turn away from your gaze. Boy, you got me in denial, in denial. You know that I crave attention, need affection. You got me rolling. Boy, please don't go in my yeah. Oh boy, you got me in denial, in denial. It's funny how you mess around with my emotions. That won't stop me, I'm calling your name. Boy, please don't go in my yeah. I've fallen deeper down a rabbit hole with no end. Hopeless. How could you be so cruel to me? You are believe when you need a toy to play with. I become your favorite. Oh, why? And I don't wanna be a part of your stupid game. And you don't treat me right. We're better off going our separate ways. You used me, and I get my all for you. Now time is up for you, and I don't know how to move on. Here in denial, you know that I crave attention, need affection. You got me bowling. Boy, please don't go in my yeah. Oh boy, you got me in denial, in denial. It's funny how mess around with my emotions. That won't stop me, I'm calling your name. Boy, please don't go in my yeah. Yeah. Da 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 da. Yeah. Hey. Hey, yeah, yeah. I'm so obsessed with you, I can't deny the truth. I can see in your eyes, on your mind, you are mine. Oh, our souls intertwined. Yeah. Every little thing you do makes me wanna feel brand new. Every day with you is a dream come true. I like that love when you're feisty and wanna bite back. Via conversations and finally meet in my match. Love the fact that nobody cuffed you cause she was my catch. When you gave it to me, you know that I'm coming right back. Back. it right back, yeah. Oh boy, you're making me obsessed, yeah, you know that. Oh boy, you're making me obsessed, yeah, you know that. Oh boy, you're making me obsessed, yeah, you know that. Oh boy, you're making me obsessed, yeah, you know that, right? I'm so obsessed with you. I can't deny that I can see it in your eyes, on your mind, you and mine. Our souls intertwined, yeah. Every little thing you do makes me wanna feel brand new. Every day with you is a dream come true. I'm so obsessed with you. I can't deny that I can see it in your eyes, on your mind, you and mine. Oh, our souls intertwined, yeah. Every little thing you do makes me wanna feel brand new. Every day with you is a dream come true. When I'm with you, I'm losing my focus. So we're taking my heartbeats with purpose. Oh, I need you, I breathe you, I love you. When I'm with you, I'm losing my focus. So we're taking my heartbeats with purpose. Oh, I need you to make me feel alive.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komite Kome. Now to our first highlight. In an exclusive interview on The Chat, UK-based Ghanaian band The Composers revealed their close bond with Davido, highlighting the superstar's trust in their ability to perform when put on the spot. Known for creatively reimagining songs, The Composers' unique approach has solidified their reputation globally, underscoring the importance of strong band-artist relationships and live performance in music. Ghanaians are urged to rally behind talents like The Composers to promote Ghanaian music worldwide. Now to our next highlight. The National Film Authority has raised alarms over a growing wave of copyright breaches by television networks across Ghana. In a statement, the authority warned that unauthorized broadcasting of films and creative works undermines the nation's creative industries and violates the Copyright Act. The NFA, led by Executive Secretary Kafui Danko, stressed that offenders could face license suspensions or revocation. Broadcasters are urged to secure proper licensing, respect intellectual property rights, and collaborate with the authority to foster a thriving, law-abiding media environment. Will the NFA be able to crack the whip? Only time will tell. Now to our next highlight. A pathologist has dismissed claims that Nigerian singer Mohbad died from drug abuse. Uwum Eze, who conducted a second autopsy, told the coroner's court that the singer showed no traces of hard drugs, only regulated antihistamines. The pathologist indicated Mohbad may have suffered a severe allergic reaction to an injected substance, causing multiple organ failure. However, Eze noted the injection site injury appeared superficial and the method of administration could not be determined. And this is how we end today's entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news and content, visit Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube and GhanaWeekend.com. My name is Ni Komite Kome.
So that is entertainment highlights. You can enjoy more on GhanaWeekend.com. Earlier we enjoyed some tunes from Brenny. Let's go and enter into our PL zone. Yesterday, Lipu. Yaman, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Yesterday, Lipu.
Yeah, Lipu is the Lipu thing. It's a Lipu thing. This weekend, they wrapped up.
Liverpool people are flexing.
Oh yeah, they are flexing. Big shouts to our general manager Bernard Avle. Yeah, all the supporters of Liverpool newsroom. We have Akosi Oche. You have Nashika Caesar.
Yeah, Nashika Caesar. Yes.
There's head of sports Benjamin Nketiah also in there. Who else is also a Liverpool fan? Yeah, Eno Safo.
Oh really?
He's also a Liverpool fan.
Oh, they have a lot of Liverpool fans.
Yeah, but they are not more than Arsenal. I mean, this is an Arsenal house. A lot of Arsenal fans are here.
A lot of Gunners.
Yeah, a lot of Gunners are here. So yeah, Liverpool. That was the biggest talking point this past weekend in the EPL. I mean, we have to start on that Liverpool note. Though they played on Sunday, a lot of games were played before they played. They provided the highlights and the high point of the competition over the weekend. They needed a draw. They needed at least a draw to get confirmed as officially the winners of the English Premier League title in the 2024-2025 season. And they got it done in an emphatic way. Wow. They ended up beating Tottenham Hotspur by 5-1.
Why did they come to sleep on the pitch?
No, they didn't come to sleep on the pitch. Funny enough, they were the ones who scored the first goal in that game. Yes, through Dominic Solanke.
Oh, so they actually got Liverpool players angry.
Yes, more or less.
You know what? You can't do this to us.
Yes.
So we have to give you 5.
And it was a raucous event. It was a raucous environment. The fans were constantly singing, backing the players. It was just a wonderful atmosphere. Honestly, I would pay anything to be in that situation at that moment. And yes, they conceded the first goal through Dominic Solanke, but they came back very strong. The likes of Cody Gakpo, Luis Diaz got the goals. Mohamed Salah also got on the score sheet.
Gakpo guy, is he a Ghanaian?
He has a bit of Ghanaian. He has a bit of Ghanaian lineage in there. Yes, Gakpo. Ghana, Togo, connection. Okay. Then his mom is Dutch, and so that's where the connection comes in. So all those guys got on the score sheet, and Liverpool ended up beating Tottenham Hotspur by 5-1. And what that meant was that yes, officially, Liverpool have won their 20th league title.
But the league hasn't ended yet.
Yeah, the league hasn't ended yet. But you look at the point builder between Liverpool and Arsenal, who are in second place. I mean, they established at this point a 13 points lead, and so with 4 games left, even if Arsenal win all of their games and Liverpool lose all of their games, they still won't be able to match up because with 4 games left, the maximum number of points you get is 12 points. Yeah. Because 3 points per game. Yeah. So 3 times 4 is 12. So you still won't be able to match up. And so once that win was confirmed, boom, yes, Liverpool ended up celebrating their 20th league title. The Reds.
They were just excited.
Yeah, very, very excited. So what that means is that now Liverpool have tied Manchester United.
20th.
Yes, in terms of league titles. So both teams have 20 now at this point in time. So both teams have 20. Initially, it was Man United leading the race with 20. Liverpool had 18. Okay. And Jurgen Klopp won the league title with Liverpool in 2021. But yeah, they couldn't really experience and celebrate it that well with the fans because at that time we're coming out of COVID.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So we weren't having people
it
coming
was,
closer.
The number of people in the stadium was restricted. It was limited. And so, yeah, it was great winning the league, but like they really couldn't celebrate it with the fans. And that's what makes this one so special. That
because the fans were on the pitch.
The fans were on the pitch. They were right there, and they did it in front of the fans, and that's what made it so special. And so, yeah, congratulations to Liverpool and all the Liverpool supporters in the house and in Ghana. I understand yesterday there was a special event for all the Liverpool
in Ghana.
Big people in Ghana, the big boys in Ghana. The National Sports Authority Director General Yaon Pofuankra is also a Liverpool fan, and he met a couple of big Liverpool boys in Ghana, and they watched the game together. And so, yeah, it was a lovely weekend for Liverpool fans. And congratulations to them. But before Liverpool ended up winning their 20th league title, there were other games played over the weekend that were covered live on City 97.3 FM. The first game was that matchup between Everton and Chelsea, and Chelsea ended up beating Everton by 1-0. Nicholas Jackson ended up getting that winning goal for GFS Chelsea. And so, yeah, what that means is that they rank fifth in the league, and yeah, they place themselves in position to qualify to the Champions League. It's not certain yet because, like you said, there are 4 games left to play, and so yeah, we'll see how things pan out in the coming weeks. Then after that, we had our Ghana boy, the star boy Mohamed Kudus, score a goal. Yeah, superstar. He finally got a goal in the year 2025 in the Premier League for West Ham. But unfortunately, his team, that's West Ham, they ended up losing by 3-2 to Brighton and Hove Albion. And later in the day, Newcastle also ended up beating Ipswich. So what that means is that officially, now that you have Liverpool winning the league title, unfortunately for Ipswich Town, they've been relegated to the Championship.
Very sad.
Yeah, they've been relegated to the Championship. And so, yeah, what that meant was that, Newcastle also stay in the running to qualify to the Champions League. And then later in the day, you had Crystal Palace also beating Aston Villa to qualify to the FA Cup final. And so, yeah, there were 2 competitions that were played this past weekend. Some games in the EPL, that's the league, and some games in the FA Cup. That was at the semi-final stage. And yes, Crystal Palace ended up beating Aston Villa to qualify to the final. That was on Saturday. And on Sunday, Man City ended up beating Nottingham Forest by 2-0 to also qualify to the final. So the final on 17th May in the FA Cup will be that matchup between Manchester City and Crystal Palace. And still on Sunday, you had Manchester United drawing 1-0 with AFC Bournemouth, and Ghana's Antoine Semenyo got on the score sheet. He managed to get his 9th Premier League goal this season, and in a true show of versatility, he scored with his left foot. And what that means is that his 9 goals that he's bagged this season, 5 have come from his right foot, and 4 have come from his left foot. So we are hoping to see if he can get into double figures for the season and see how many goals he can end the campaign with. But it has been a very fruitful campaign for Antoine Semenyo. This season he has really come into his own, and he's really delivered consistent performances for AFC Bournemouth. No wonder he's been linked to, he and Mohamed Kudus have both been linked to a lucrative move to your newfound team. That's Al Nassr in the Saudi Pro League. Al Nassr. Very lucrative. Yeah, that's where the cash is. And this story, we did it live on City sportsonline.com. According to Ben Jacobs, who is an English Premier League commentator, and he also works with TalkSport, our partners in the coverage of the English Premier League on City 97.3. He confirmed the news that yes, Mohamed Kudus has been linked to a €100 million euro deal to Al Nassr, and it will be up to Kudus and West Ham to decide how things pan out. And yeah, a big shout to Kweku David. Yes, I almost forgot about Kweku David. One of the biggest Liverpool fans I know in this building. Yes, congratulations to Kweku David, Liverpool. And yeah, in the lead up to that championship crowning moment, Kweku David scribbled a beautiful article on Liverpool and on Ancelotti, and so we'll see how things go from this season on, with Ancelotti coming in his first season in the English Premier League and winning it in his maiden or debut season in the English Premier League. And so that's how things went down.
So let's bring Chris Carter. I don't know which team she supports, but
she supports Manchester City.
Oh, Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester City. Yeah, they've had their troubles this season, but still, as bad a season that they've had, they still managed to qualify to the FA Cup final. So hopefully they can end the season with a title, by winning a title and qualifying to the Champions League. Yeah.
Hopefully.
But just
fingers crossed.
Yes. But you guys are heavily favored to win that one because you're playing against Crystal Palace. No diss to Crystal Palace, but yeah, I mean Man City, despite their challenges.
Oh no, you can diss them if you want. It's fine. It's alright.
You're still favored to win that title. But something related to the English Premier League. Tomorrow, Arsenal will be in action in the Champions League against Paris Saint-Germain. Chris, help me out. You are the Francophone speaker.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Can you take that again?
Paris Saint-Germain.
Okay, at 7. They will be in action against PSG at 7. Unfortunately, Thomas Partey won't play because he got booked in the return leg. No, in the second leg against Real Madrid in the quarterfinal. And what that means is that he's been suspended for the first leg tomorrow. And so Arsenal will be playing PSG tomorrow in the Champions League without Thomas Partey,
the commander himself.
Yeah, and on Wednesday there is also Inter Milan taking on Barcelona. I have a feeling that the winner of that game will end up winning the Champions League. But yeah, fingers crossed. We'll see how things go.
Well, that's it. So that's your mentor for you, bringing in all what we need to know in the world of sports.
Yeah, so before we actually go, we have some birthday messages. One here says, happy birthday, Professor Goski Alabi. We love, cherish, and appreciate you for all that you do for the family, friends, and the community, the national, and the generation. We share the same birthday, and I have a senior sister in you. Thanks for your advice and generosity. Enjoy your day. This is actually from lawyer Victor Kwajoga Adawudu, who is a member of the NDC communication team, who was here this morning on Breakfast Daily. So we'd also like to wish him happy birthday and want to say a very big thank you to him for always coming to join us right here on set. And may God bless you from the whole of the Breakfast Daily team.
So there's another birthday message coming here that said, happy birthday to the love of my life, Charles Elton Nana Amoa. May this special day bring you joy, love, and all the happiness your heart desires. Forever grateful to have you be by my side. I love you more than you can. From Elizabeth Adipa. There's also another message. We have one or two, actually three individuals here at Channel 1 TV who are also celebrating their birthday today. We have Evans.
Yeah,
Evans.
Evans is not here.
We also have Elizabeth Kabuke, who is also celebrating her birthday. Patricia Boachi is also celebrating her birthday today.
And we also have
Isaac Arthur, who is also here.
AKA in it.
Yeah, so they are all celebrating their birthdays today. We wish them all the best in their day-to-day activities. This is how we end today's edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Philip Nilate.
And my name is Chris Carter. See you tomorrow, same time, right here, as we come with a brand new episode.